Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Montage Day 2. Budget 2021 was presented by our Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, yesterday. So, what does it offer us at educational institutions? There is much to cheer all stakeholders in this sector. Research and innovation ecosystems is to get a substantial push, and we at the Department of Multimedia and Mass Communication, Nagindas Khandwala College, are excited. Under autonomy since 2016, we have been moving towards this direction under the leadership of a visionary management. A far-sighted principal, Dr. Mrs. Ansi Jose, and the vice principals, Professor Suchak, Professor Dr. Maushmi Daka, and Dr. Mona Mehta. Our course content reflects very important components of NEP 2020. Montage is our flagship program, and this is engineered by teacher mentors and learners, and it reflects our commitment to experiential learning, innovation, and preparing for industry. Our guest list today stands testimony to our commitment. Mr. Palak Shah, a journalist and author of repute, speaks on something that concerns all of us, financial corruption. Mr. Rohan Pathole is to speak on travel as a lifestyle. Mr. Nishant Patel and Mr. Sanket Matre are going to address us on opportunities for students of media. We are proud of each student that walks on the corridors of Nagindas Khandwala College. We are proud of Roheb Akhtar. He's extremely gifted and he passed out of our department and college in the year 2019. Today he will share with us what it took him to be where he is now. We are indeed honored and privileged that each of you has said yes to our invitation. A very, very warm welcome to all our listeners on YouTube and for our participants who are with us on the Zoom platform. True to our commitment to experiential learning, I now hand over the afternoon to our student hosts of the day, Nirmati and Vikas, to take Day 2 Montage 2021 Gen Next forward. Over to you, Nirmati and Vikas.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And before moving ahead, just a small note. I would request you all to please use your earphones and switch off your microphones for the best experiences. It's a new day, fresh start, fresh energy, new opportunities, and a lots of surprises on the second day of Montage 2021. So, with the same belief and excitement, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Vikas Suthar, and along with me, my co-host Nirmiti Thakur, welcome you to the second day of Montage Gen Next.
Before moving ahead, let's have a melodious start to the day. I would now request the IT team to please play the college anthem.
दे मुझे स्वर भारती दे गीत देश जगा सको दे विधाता ज्ञान वह भारत भविष्य बना सको दे मुझे स्वर भारती सत्य की ही राह पर चलने की शक्ति दे मुझे झूठ भ्रष्टाचार से लड़ने की शक्ति दे मुझे मात पितु गुरु बड़ों का मैं नाम जग में बढ़ा सकूं मात पितु गुरु बड़ों का मैं नाम जग में बढ़ा सकूं दे विधाता ज्ञान वह भारत भविष्य बना सकूं दे मुझे स्वर भारती भावना राष्ट्रीय हो रहे भाईचारे से सभी दूसरे के दर्द दुख से मुंह नहीं मोड़े कभी मदद की ये भावना दूजे के दुख को मिटा सकूं मदद की ये भावना दूजे के दुख को मिटा सकूं दे विधाता ज्ञान वह भारत भविष्य बना सकूं, दे मुझे स्वर भारती। MKES विद्यालयों से प्राप्त शिक्षा महान हो, जो भी शिक्षित हो यहाँ वह नेक एक इंसान हो। भेद भावना उपज मन में सबको मैं अपना सकूं, भेद भावना उपज मन में सबको मैं अपना सकूं। मैं बनूं इंसान अच्छा, जग में कीर्ति कमा सकूं, भारत भविष्य बना सकूं, भारत भविष्य बना सकूं।
I'm sure you all have enjoyed the last evening. That is the first day of Montage 21. So let's come and have a look at the glimpse of day one and dig into all the knowledge that we got from our guests yesterday.
Indeed, we all enjoyed ourselves on the first day of Montage 2021. And if you have missed it, you can just log into YouTube and watch our live video. It's on there as well. So moving ahead, I would like to tell a Sanskrit shloka, which goes like, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tatsmai Shri Guru Namaha. What I mean to say is that a journey of one's life is kick-started by the values and ethics taught by our Guru. They shape our lives and take out the best from us. Similarly, we are grateful to have the presence of a Madam Principal, Dr. Mrs. Nancy Jose, who has supported us in all walks of this event.
Truly said, Vikas. We are really very grateful and thankful to our Vice Principal as well as for being there at the constant support and guiding us through all the challenges. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Vice Principal Dr. Mrs. Mona Mehta, Professor Vijay Suchak, and Dr. Mrs. Moshmi Datta. I would now request Vikas to please continue.
Next up, we have our sponsors. I would request the IT team to please display it. So we have our associate partner, Rotaract Club of Bombay West, a title sponsor, Grapevine, a media partner, 70mm Group. We also have other partners, which are Footwork, Something Different, The Mount Treasure, Seat Mart, and Butter Cupcakes. Now it's time to introduce our very first guest for the day. It's time to welcome a person who is very, very talented. He's a voiceover artist and has also dubbed for many amazing movies from Hollywood, Tollywood, and animated series. His voice has also reached the audiences of famous TV channels such as Discovery, TLC, and various other radio spots. And here we present to you a short video for our guest.
मुझे कई काम करने हैं, फेशियल कराना है और विलनों का दी एंड करना है। सुपर हीरो वाली एंट्री। तुम्हारा नाम कैसे पता? मेरी सुपर पावर आधार से लिंक्ड है, जो काफी अनोखी पावर है। ये सुपर ताकत और रफ्तार जितनी जबरदस्त तो नहीं है, पर बहुत काम आती है जब मैं अजनबियों से मिलूं। कहने पर कोई खाना नहीं देता सर। वही 1000 रुपए के मोबाइल में 20 रुपए का सिम डालकर एक धमकी देने पर सामने वाले की बच जाती है सर।
So now you can spam the comment sections and greet a warm welcome to the very talented Mr. Sanket Mahatre. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's truly an honor to be a part of Montage 2021. I thank all the respected professors, the principal, vice principal who are attending, and the entire student body who's been so kind and gracious to invite me to this show. First of all of you who are watching this, welcome, and it's really kind of you to all, enjoy the festival from the confines of, your houses. Strange times indeed, and I'm glad that you guys have been able to adapt and, go on with the festival. Speaking about myself, I am a voiceover artist. I've been one for the past 12 to 13 years approximately. And what I would like to talk to you guys today is about how to find your voice, metaphorically speaking. I became a voice artist quite by accident. 10 years ago, there was no such thing as a regular career as a voiceover artist. People wouldn't know. To this day, people don't know what voiceover artists are or do. So I became one quite by accident, a mere coincidence, or what some people call luck. But what I want to talk to you about today is to be able to help you find your voice and eliminate that luck from the equation completely. Because what happened was, unknown to me, I had already started acquiring the skills that were essential to become a good voiceover artist. And I will explain that to you in 3 simple steps. I think the 3 stages that I think are essential to finding your own voice in whatever it is that you want to do. The first one is self. We begin with finding out who we are. What do you love? What do you like to do? What are you good at? I was always heavily inclined towards performing arts and not so heavily inclined towards mathematics. Unfortunately, my father's favorite subject is maths, so it was always traumatizing to learn mathematics at home. This led me to eventually join engineering, and I took up electronics engineering. I did my diploma and then a degree. However, all throughout, the little rebel in me tried to find an escape to do the amount of performing arts that I really wanted to do for my own self. And I pursued theater along with my engineering, and I kept doing it all through my degree, as well as a little bit through diploma. Post which I completely decided that I wanted to break out of this. And what I mean by finding out your voice, by finding out yourself, is that I knew that a huge part of me did not want to do what I was conventionally, what I had been conventionally told to do. And I was wanting to get into doing something that I really love. Thankfully, after engineering, I decided to break away from the so-called technical jobs and decided to start a studio of my own. However, this was a music studio because I just wanted to do something with the creative arts. Bands would come and sing and record in the studio, and eventually we started a small recording booth where voiceover recording started taking place. And it so happened that one day there was a voice requirement. An artist didn't turn up, and they were in a fix. They wanted a parrot's voice, which was something like "Aay, Chutki, kahan ja rahi ho? And I tried it out. They liked it. There were some other voices that they wanted to try out. I tried those. They loved it, and the voice samples started getting passed around. And that is how my journey into being a voiceover artist started. However, like I said before, finding out myself about what I wanted to do or what I loved was important, because theater helped me develop a set of basic skills that gave me an edge when I started off with voiceovers. The question was whether I wanted to do voiceovers all my life. No, because I did not even know, if that was a viable career. And that's the same for a lot many of you. The career that you might end up doing probably hasn't been discovered today. It might be something that you are a pioneer of. What is important is that you believe in what you want to do. You believe in what gives you joy. And that is why self is, one of the first stages of being able to find your voice in whatever it is that you want to do. Coming down to my journey again, and to the second stage of finding your voice, what I call is acquiring skill. So after self comes skill. Skill is highly essential to what you want to do in your craft, and that craft could be anything. However, acquiring the right skill is the only way you will get noticed, is what will give you an edge. I took about 4 to 5 years to figure out my place in the voicing industry. What helped me was the first voiceover that I did. It gave me immense joy. It gave me a thrill which matched that of theater. And I knew instantly that this is what I wanted to do with my life. But I soon realized that, having had no prior experience, this was not going to be easy. Initially, because I had to shut down my studio, obviously because I had to run around to figure out my way in the voicing industry. I had put in a lot of my savings into the studio. I had used up, a lot of savings from my parents, and I carried with me the guilt in the initial stages of my journey. Um, uh, so so starting off my journey was quite difficult. Getting my foot in the industry was quite difficult, because I had no godfather, I had no prior experience of voicing. What helped, like I said before, was starting off with a bag of tools that were multifaceted and helped me show a better degree of work right from the get-go. So skill is what is important. How do you acquire this? Well, you self-practice. As opposed to 10 years ago, there are several institutes which cater to vocational guidance now. There are several voiceover institutes. If I give a specific example of myself, what I ended up doing was I would request studios to let me sit around and watch other artists dub for the entire day. If possible, I would, in studios which used to work in night shifts, I would stay at night in studios and request the engineers to let me voice for smaller characters at night. And that is how I ended up polishing myself, or how I began polishing myself. I would end up taking jobs in crowds for films. The crowds are essentially a group of people who create the ambience of film. For example, a film like a Chak De, where there's a stadium full of people, that's created in a voice studio by a group of 10 to 15 people. And so I became a part of those crowds, and then uh, my work was liked by producers or by studios, and I started getting smaller characters in those crowds. I started getting semi-important roles. I started getting major roles, and that is how the journey began. several incidents that come into mind when I speak of this is, don't hesitate to start small. Just figure out your direction and then learn everything that comes along the way. I'm proud of the kind of work that I've done. I've done stuff like telebrand commercials, which went like the conventionally funny ones, which were "Pehle मैं बहुत मोटा था, मेरी girlfriend नहीं थी, और मेरे कोई दोस्त नहीं थे, लेकिन अब स्टीम सोना बेल्ट के इस्तेमाल से मैं बिल्कुल पतला हो गया हूँ." The stereotypically bad stuff that that we mock or whatever, but it was like a voiceover exercise for me, and it was something that was essential for me to learn in order to be able to explore my range. And like I said, through this journey of self practice, because we did not have institutes, now there are several. Through watching the greats from my field in the studios, watching the pattern, watching how they faced difficult words or difficult emotions and how they performed them flawlessly. That is how I built my skill meter, so to say. I also used several resources from the internet in order to study upon things like how international voiceover artists approach certain things. This is when Ben 10 happened. I actually went into audition for the villain's voice in Ben 10, but they asked me to audition for Ben as well, and they really liked it. And I also kind of volunteered to do the 10 voices that Ben converts into the aliens. So Ben's voice was something that I had not tried before conventionally, which was something like, "Hi, mera naam Ben hai. Ben Tennyson. It's hero time." And he would turn into these aliens, which went from, say, a spider monkey, which was, "Spider monkey," or to something like a humongosaur, which was like this giant lizard, which was something like, "Mera naam hai humongosaur." So what that did was, when I started off with Ben 10, it helped me explore a wide range within my voice, which I would not have probably experimented with otherwise. This is also around the same time I got my big break, which was voicing for Ryan Reynolds for Green Lantern. And that's kind of where it all took off. Post that came several big films, shows for Discovery, TLC, like Jamie Oliver, Bear Grylls, Ryan Reynolds, Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, and the South Indian superstars like Allu Arjun, Mahesh Babu, Junior NTR. But it all boils down to me wanting to get better and better each day. Me getting on that microphone and being in a place where I didn't have to say no, I cannot do that, because I had tried to learn everything that I could. And I think if there is a lesson from all of this, that is this: when you love something, when it gives you joy, figure out how you can be the best at it. If something gives you joy, don't let it slip from your fingers. So this was, basically understanding the self and then the skill. And the final thing, and the most, this should be always kept at the lowest rung of finding your voice. However, this tries to, overshadow everything else, is the final S, which is society. I mean, finding your voice should be pretty easy. I mean, finding your own voice, how difficult can that be? However, it becomes nearly impossible, because our own voice is often drowned in the chaos and noise that the society makes around us. I'll give you an example of myself. I took up engineering because that was the conventional career then. You either became an engineer, doctor, you did commerce, or you did arts, which was frowned upon. And I feel terrible about the kind of times that we were in, because there was several of us who could have done better had we been given options where we could have explored what we really liked, as opposed to what the rest 80% were trying to do. And I'm glad you guys are in a time where there are many more options. It's like saying today that what do you do for a living? I'm a YouTuber, and people will laugh at you, but that is a legitimate career. And this was the same that I used to face 10 years ago, when I would say I do voiceovers, and they would be they'd say that's all good, maybe that's a hobby, but what do you do for a living? I'm happy to tell them today, 12 years later, that that's what I've been doing for a living for the past 12 years. And, it's working out really great. So society is going to try and throw these things at you, which is, don't risk your future, you will fail, try something conventional. People are not fools to follow a standard career path. Please don't listen to society, listen to yourself first. Have faith in yourself, have faith in the amount of happiness certain things bring to you. Explore a niche, go unconventional, let your passion lead you. And that is the only way you will be able to stand out amongst a sea of commons. And that is all that I'd like to say to you. Please find your own voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sangeet Matre, sir. When I was listening to you, it reminded me of Maya Angelou's famous quote,
Right.
"Words mean more than what is said on paper. It takes the human voice to infuse them a deeper meaning." So thank you so much for giving a deeper meaning to the films and to all that you have done.
Thank you so much, sir. My
To
pleasure.
hear from you and your experiences and your scintillating voice, I would say, really set Montage 2021 with its own, dimension. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable.
Thank you so much for
Great
having
time
me.
listening from you.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
so much, sir.
Thank you.
Over to the host.
I hope I'm audible, sir.
You are audible.
Yes.
So I had a few questions, sir,
Sure.
which were asked by people all around and also by me, which are my personal questions as well. So I
Absolutely.
want to know that as an artist, how did you kickstart yourself into this voice modulations thing?
In my case, it was just a matter of being at the right place at the right time. Maybe if we were talking about starting today, I would have probably had a little more knowledge about what voiceovers are, because they've become so popular with the advent of social media. But at my point in time, what helped was because I had always followed a path where I rebelled a little bit and tried to also do what I wanted to do along with what people wanted me to do, which was, pursuing theater. And so when that opportunity came where I was asked to, do a certain character or perform a certain voice on the spot, I was pretty confident when I approached it. And I think that has made all the difference in where I am today. And that is essentially what I wanted everybody to know is keep doing what you want to do. Eventually the path opens up and you see that you see your destination. It might not be clear today, it might not be clear 5 years down the line, but alongside whatever else you need to do, please keep pursuing something that you want to do for yourself.
Yes, so surely we would definitely implement that as well. And I'm trying to do kind of voice modulations, but
Right.
I'm not that confident with that. I'm sure I have a lot to learn from you, especially. And also, we have this question that what was your biggest break and how did you fit yourself into it?
um,
That situation.
Well, the biggest break, in the sense, if I talk about where it all went really huge for me in terms of my career, was like I explained, Ben 10 and Green Lantern. However, if I talk in terms of where it all exploded, where people started finding out more about me or they wanted to know what kind of work I had done, was when Deadpool hit theaters actually, and it was a very special project essentially because when Fox approached us with Deadpool, it was just a simple risk that they were trying to take. They conventionally thought that it is not going to work for the Indian scene. A superhero who uses slang and cusses is not something children are going to go into theaters for. Again, it was an R-rated film. It was always going to be difficult for the Indian audience. But we took up the challenge. I was glad that some previous roles of Ryan Reynolds that I did helped me, get an edge in the audition. And we adapted it in every way to the Indian audience, and it broke big. I mean, it's still one of those cult films that people talk about in the dubbing thing. And I think that is I consider that as one of those turning points of my career where as a voiceover artist I started getting a lot of acknowledgement for my work, and then people started figuring out what else I had done, and And then it kind of also brought a lot of awareness to the industry in itself, and people started exploring a lot of other artists as well. So it was one of those things that I'm pretty proud of.
So I had this doubt. This is my personal doubt. I'm
Yes.
sorry for that. So I wanted to know that what was the biggest challenge or the biggest role you have dubbed? So that, for example, you even talked about Green Lantern, that it was your biggest
Right.
break. So was that the biggest challenge in the dubbing, voicing and dubbing you did, or was it something else?
There have been, honestly speaking, several challenges. The biggest challenge that I faced was one where I had to decide if I wanted to continue being a voiceover artist or just get out of the industry because maybe I'm not worth it. Which was around a time when I was dubbing for a film called Dragon Ball Z. This was a time when I just started voicing for heroes for films. And I was also doing a lot of other work like animation, like telebrands, like I mentioned. And so I was doing this voice for the hero. And midway through the project, the director walks in and he says, "You know what? It's not working out. What is happening is your tone is a little bit animated. It seems like you're overselling the lines. You're not able to perform." And that was a moment which truly broke my heart. That was when I went back home, did a lot of introspection. I did not end up doing the hero for that film. They made me do a smaller character, and when you're on this gradient to the top, and this sudden curveball comes in, which makes you question everything that you've been kind of doing for the past couple of years. That hit me really bad, and that was I think the crucial point where I decided to understand what it was that I could do, because I still loved the field. I still loved voiceovers. It excites me even today, 12 years later, to go and do a new character, and I did not want to compromise on that. I did not want to go back to, the real world where, conventional careers awaited me. So I decided to learn. I asked them, I asked a couple of other people. I figured out this concept of unlearning. I figured out this concept of compartmentalizing your voice for a project and then going out with a fresh voice for another. And I worked on that, and that was the same studio years later where I ended up voicing for Deadpool. So I'd say, it's a pretty good, it's a pretty good story to get inspired by, I think.
Yes, sir. So, talking about the graph, sir,
Right.
basically, there's this thing that the upcoming artists who are aspiring to become an actor, dancer, or maybe a voice artist as well, they are preferring to take in some shortcuts, probably which would help them to gain earlier success.
Right.
So, what's your take on that?
My take on it is simple. I don't believe in concepts like God-given talent. I believe in a simple theory of 10,000 hours to success, which essentially translates to giving at least 10,000 hours of your life to something that you want to succeed in. It could be any form of skill or craft. However, if you're passionate about it, if it gives you joy, and if you keep at it, eventually the curve breaks and you get through. Taking shortcuts is only going to get you so far. Personally in the voicing industry, a lot of seniors will also tell you always work on yourself for at least 6 months to a year. Especially if you're from the Mumbai circuit, people in Mumbai work-wise have no patience. They will not give you a second chance. If you're from the other metros, there are still people who are not laser focused on business. However, Mumbai is a very different ball game altogether. If you are not prepared here, you will not be called a second time. It's an unfortunate thing, but that's how it is, which is why I always recommend people to go for self-training, go for theater training, go for voice training if you can. Record your own demos in studios. Give yourself anywhere between 6 months to a year at least before you start approaching somebody for voice work. It seems really simple on paper. It's like saying, I have to come and stand in front of a microphone and I'll be paid for it. Seems really great. But, if it's oversimplifying, I can always say I can come in with a knife and have to open somebody's stomach and now I'm a surgeon. Oversimplifying is not going to get you anywhere. I mean, every craft will have its own nuances and details. The more you learn, the faster you'll move ahead. That's how it is.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. So my co-host has a question for you as well.
Right. Okay.
Hello, sir. So we are live on YouTube, and we have a few questions there. So Manan Gandhi asks a piece of advice for all the young talents coming in the industry. So yeah, this is the question.
Manan, thank you for the question. There is a lot of space in the industry. There is people talk of this thing called competition. I don't believe in that. Your competition is only the 4 or 5 people who've come to audition for a particular project with you. I've been voicing for 12 years. I still have to give auditions. So I can be giving auditions with a person who started 12 days ago, and he might end up getting the voice. And that's how the industry works. If the voice suits somebody, if somebody performs better at an audition than you, then that person gets an edge. That person gets that project. But that's it. You just come back in for another audition another day. So all the young talent that's trying to get into the industry, whatever it may be, dance, video, acting, voicing, please don't get disheartened by the initial setbacks. That's temporary. If what doing that is what gives you joy, just stay at it. You will get in eventually.
Thank you so much, sir. And yeah, so now we'll move ahead after a beautiful segment conducted by Mr. Sanket Mhatre. We would like to welcome our second guest for the day, who is a financial journalist as well as an author of the book The Market Mafia. He is also the editor of the newspaper The Hindu. We are extremely honored to have him amongst us today, and I would request the IT team to please play the video. I would now request Mr. Palak Shah to please take over.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, Mr. Shah. Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you too.
Just 1 second. I'm just doing some adjustment. Yeah, thank you for that wonderful introduction and the video especially. And I think Montage is quite a good event. So thank you for inviting me. Even the inauguration song was very good. The singer was very good. So thank you very much for inviting me. And so I have been a student of BMM myself. I graduated as a journalist. BMM. I did my BMM from Somaiya College in Mumbai. Graduated as a journalist. But I will tell you, I started working as a trainee even before I joined journalism or BMM course at Somaiya College. I was very fortunate to have started working under a very veteran editor, Mr. Pradeep Shinde. That's what I was telling Madam before we started this session. So Mr. Pradeep Shinde was a editor par excellence and a well-known journalist in Mumbai city, who is respected not only by cynical journalists but even by cops and politicians from all the parties. So I started as a crime reporter under him, and my job as a crime reporter earlier involved visiting police stations in cities, even hospital morgues. And let me tell you, they are gold mine of stories. If you can really build sources there, very unconventional cases come there daily. In this past 15 years as a journalist, I have often experienced that news is something that somebody does not want you to print. All the rest is just advertising and public relations. Since most of you here in BMM would be aspiring to become either advertising or PR professionals, or some of those who are seeking more thrill of life, a thrill in life, will want to become journalists. So I will talk about journalism and its pitfalls. So I started my career in Mumbai city around 2001 or 2002, when at the time when Dawood Ibrahim, Chota Shakil and Chota Rajan had fled the country and were operating from outside India. That time police encounters were on a rise and gang wars were declining. So fortunately, as I told you, I got employed, as a trainee by Mr. Pradeep Shinde, who was a veteran journalist. Mr. Pradeep Shinde had a vast experience, as he had worked with as an editor with leading dailies like the Indian Express, Midday, Sunday Daily, and so on. When I joined him, he was one of the first editors of his time who had started a news portal called as Guna.com. That was way ahead of its time. When you see portals like the Quint, the Print, Op India, and the Wire. So initially, when I started as a reporter, nobody would recognize me, and building your sources was a very slow process. But one of my first major stories as a crime reporter was on the oil scam and the petrol adulteration mafia, the ramifications of which went right up to the chief minister of the state and even one of Maharashtra's strongman politicians. Some of you might be surprised that I got this story from a very non-distinct place, which was a small police station at Tilak Nagar. One of Mumbai's most daring police officers was posted there. He was investigating a murder case of a small-time officer in a government rationing office. So usually, nobody would share any documents with a trainee journalist. But I had built a sort of rapport with this officer, and my bonding got very strong. Also because I was working under Mr. Pradeep Shinde. It was when he started sharing those documents, when he was investigating the case. It was in those documents I found that the murder case of this rationing officer was linked to several bogus rationing cards being issued. So this vigilance officer in the rationing department had found that lot of bogus rationing cards were being issued, and even those people who are supposed to give rationing goods to poor people, they had imported a lot of illegal naphtha. Now naphtha is kind of a low grade petrol which can be directly mixed with it's not a petrol, but it's a low grade quality like kerosene, which can be directly mixed with petrol. But the cost of naphtha is very less. You will get naphtha, that time you would get naphtha for 10 rupees a liter, while your petrol was priced at 50 rupees a liter. So they would directly mix this naphtha into the petrol tanks of a petrol station. Now, not only this rationing officer had tumbled upon some agents who were importing naphtha, but several months when I kept on following this story, I found that there were many such police stations in Mumbai which had registered stray cases of illegal naphtha imports, and how it was being handled by rationing shops. Now, why I'm telling you this story is because it taught me at a very early age to widen my horizon, how I could look at this as a big, when I found out that several other police stations had registered these stray cases, I found out that these were not stray cases. There was a mafia involved who was running this racket. And when I persistently followed this story, I found out how illegally procured naphtha was going into petrol adulteration. So journalism is all about being persistent with your follow-ups, investigations, fact-checking, and building the right sources. I have noticed that there are several colleges nowadays who are creating social activists out of journalists and are trying to instill some sort of an ideology. But let me tell you, a journalist is not an activist. A journalist and his job is merely to put facts in front of people, so that they can know what exactly is going on. You don't have to build stories on what you think should be instilled to people. You have to put the facts. So for a journalist, it is very important to widen your horizon. Now, since Mumbai was witnessing an unprecedented economic boom in the early 2000s, I was quite interested in even the gangsters were turning to white collar operations. I found more excitement was there in covering business news and stories on personalities in the upper echelons of the society. I was always fascinated by the stock markets and the white money economy. In just a few months after I completed my BMM, I joined the Financial Express. And after working there for say 6 to 8 months, I got an opportunity to join Business Standard, where I worked for 6 years, and then Economic Times and the Hindu Business Line. In these 15 years, there is one big story that I have covered, and that is the co-location scam in the stock markets. Now, this story is what happened 20 years after the Harshad Mehta and Ketan Parekh scam. Harshad Mehta scam happened 28 years ago, and Ketan Parekh scam happened some 20 years ago. So this story, when I started covering in the Business Standard about the co-location scam is traders using high-end technology to rig the markets and, for data theft. Now, this is something that Harshad Mehta and Ketan Parekh could never think of. And even stock market, those investing in the stock market had no idea that there is some kind of a story going on. When I started covering this story in the newspapers, there was a lot of limitation. And I could not boldly write these stories because before 2008, there was very little use of social media platforms. So newspapers, your story would not pass the muster a lot of times. It would get stuck at the editor level. Vested interests would call your editors and complain to them about you. They would make stories about you, against you. They would try to spoil your reputation. So these are the kind of things that, an investigative journalist has to face while doing stories. But that story that I was following since 2008, I kept on doing it in bits and pieces, like I was following the oil mafia and how I kept on doing those stories. And after a few months, I came to know that there is a huge ramification of this petrol adulteration scam. So similarly, this story too, I kept on following. I got hold of a lot of documents. It took me many years. And despite not being allowed to do a lot of stories, I kept collecting the documents. So the idea was to be persistent in follow-up of this story. When the Securities and Exchange Board of India first ordered its investigation into this scam, that time too, the stories were brutally suppressed by a lot of newspapers, not only where I was working, but even by other media houses. And slowly they started coming out in the social media. And it is then when the newspapers realized that we cannot anymore suppress these stories. So when I left job at a certain newspaper, I had a bank of stories, and which is what helped me build this book, which is The Market Mafia. It takes the story ahead in the stock market and what happened really after the Harshad Mehta and Ketan Parekh scams. Everybody has heard about Harshad Mehta, has seen the movie and read about Harshad Mehta. But nobody knows what is this high-tech scandal going on in the stock markets. So this is what the book talks about. My most recent story, which is about how investors are losing at least 30,000 crore rupees in mutual fund investors are losing 30,000 crore in Franklin Templeton debt schemes. So just to give you a brief about this story, what happened is in April 2020, that is last year, Franklin Templeton, which is one of the world's largest mutual fund and also has its operations in India, decided to close down 6 mutual fund debt schemes. Now these debt schemes had 30,000 crore rupees in them. The mutual fund suddenly said that we are going to close down these schemes, and whatever money is there in the schemes, we are going to return to the investors. Now it has come to be known that there is only 9,000 crore rupees cash in these schemes, and the rest of the money is not there. So what has happened is the mutual fund has told the investors that they have suffered losses. When I saw this story, because of the past experience, because of knowing a lot of sources in SEBI and covering the stock markets for many years now, I could immediately sense that they are hiding a lot more than they are trying to reveal to the investors. Just 2 weeks ago, I picked up. What happened is, in between, there were investors who went to High Court, and then they went to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told the mutual fund to conduct an e-voting to take consent of the investors before closing down these schemes. Now the e-voting process was conducted in December 2020, that is just a month ago, and everything was right. The mutual fund announced that 96% of investors have given their consent to close down these schemes and pay them back whatever is the remaining amount. Now, it was my habit of going to my sources again and again, trying to get documents involved in the process of e-voting, as I had followed when I was a trainee reporter. Now, when I got hold of these documents with regard to the e-voting that was conducted in December 2020, I found out that the complete e-voting process was a fraud. The observer who was appointed by market regulator SEBI to oversee the e-voting had said that only 38% people out of the 3.15 lakh investors had participated in the e-voting process. The observer had no track of whether there was duplicity in voting involved. There were 2 other reports. One was by a forensic laboratory, which comes under the Home Ministry, and another was by one of Mumbai's well-known equity market law firm, who acted as a scrutinizer. The law firm said that even though we are the scrutinizer, we do not have the expertise to check the e-voting technology. Neither are we very sure about the data. The forensic laboratory, which falls under the Home Ministry, made a small note in its report that several of the votes that came from the servers of the company that was appointed by the mutual fund. Now, this was a gold mine. I did these stories, and one by one, after I did these stories, the Supreme Court has now taken a note of these stories. They were submitted on record in the Supreme Court, and an argument is going on now in the Supreme Court. So the point to tell you is to be more persistent with your stories. Every time you just have to check your facts, be very sure. Building sources in journalism is a long drawn process. It doesn't happen overnight. journalism initially could be boring, even though you might be very excited about stories. Initially, it could be very boring because your sources may not recognize you, may not trust you, or they may wait to gauge you. But it is your persistence, it is your regular follow up, it is your fact check, and most important, it is your research in these stories that makes you into a good investigative journalist. Research is very important in journalism. Whenever you are going to write on a subject, you have to go into the history of that subject, of the person that you are covering. So I have covered stories with regard to some of the leading corporate houses in India, which involves DLF, Sahara Group, Reliance. My most controversial stories have been, as I said, is the Colo scam that I have written. So Suchita Dalal, the most famous economic or the stock market journalist, wrote about Harshad Mehta. And this is only the second book about a stock market scandal, which is perhaps even bigger than Harshad Mehta. And then other stories about DLF were about their IPO scams. The IPO was worth 8,000 crore. They made several unethical disclosures, several discrepancies in their disclosures, which amounts to stating lies in your statutory filings. Now, these stories were followed by me. They sent me several notices for the stories. But the thing is that when you're sure about your facts, nobody can do anything. These notices can't do anything when you have seen the documents, when your sources are very clear, when your facts are very clear. Then I broke the story on the Sahara Group, that is Subrata Roy Sahara, trying to sell his 3 international hotels. One was in the US and 2 were in the US, and these were iconic hotels. It was a $2 billion deal. So that time also I got several notices because they had not disclosed it to the court that they are going to sell these hotels, because this money they plan to keep outside and not bring inside the country. So the point I'm trying to make is that once you develop this confidence with your editors, with your sources, that you have the knowledge of the stories that you are doing, you know how to check your facts, you know how to check the documents, then I think nobody can stop you from doing stories. But still, I would tell you there are a lot of limitations while working in a newspaper, and it is your ideas and how you balance yourself in a newspaper or in any media company that will make you into a good journalist. But you should never leave good stories. Even though you may not get a chance to do it for the first time, you can be very persistent and keep following those stories, which may at some point of time become very big. So that is what I have learned in the past many years of journalism. And that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
So before Professor Nelson Daniel thanks you, I want to tell you this. I don't think I need to have, the entire syllabus of 6 months that I taught the students in the 5th semester, you have spoken in these few minutes. It is so wonderful, Mr. Palak Shah, to be hearing you. And a person on the field sharing with us the work that goes behind uncovering scams. I'm having goosebumps, bumps listening to you, and the kind of stories that you have written, and all of this we discuss in the classroom. But to hear it from a journalist like you is a privilege. So I definitely wanted to make an intervention and tell
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
What a pleasure it has been, to hear from you. Over to you, hosts. Over to you, hosts.
Sir, we have a few questions on our YouTube page where we are live right now. And Manav Desai asks, can you explain the concept where circuit starts in market?
What? Come again.
I'll repeat myself. Can you explain the concept where circuit starts in market?
Circuit starts in market.
This is a question by Manav Desai, one of our
Okay, so
viewers.
the concept of circuit in the stock markets is, as per the regulations by SEBI, stock and index. So stocks are the companies that are listed, and index is Sensex and Nifty and Bank Nifty. These are the key index in the stock market. So the regulations have put certain conditions that in a day, a particular stock can rise only up to a certain extent. So these stocks fall under different categories. Now, there are several companies in the stock market where a lot of suspicious trading happens, where they figure out that somebody is trying to rig the stock. So what regulators have done is they have put circuit filters, which is say ranges from 5%, 10% to 20, 25%. So in a day, a particular stock can rise 5%, 10%, 15%, or 20%. So this is what is known as circuit filters. For the index like Sensex and Nifty, that circuit filter is 20% during a day. Once the Nifty and Sensex hit 20% in the first half of the trading session, that is, I think before 12:30 or something, the exact time you can check, then the markets are shut for trading for the entire day, because that's a stupendous rise. So you have to give the market some time to cool off in their sentiments. That is why these circuits are there, and this is called circuit filters. Have I addressed the question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. There's one more question by Rajvi Shukla. How did you build a good reputation with your sources, and any advice for the same?
Yeah. So thank you. I'll tell you. To build good reputation with your sources, the only way to do that is to do their stories in the newspaper. When your source gives you a story, you have to be very straight to them in terms of telling them whether the story is doable or not doable. And if it is doable, then you have to ensure with your editors that the story goes into the newspaper. Now, the other thing is that you have to tell your sources to give you complete data, to give you all the facts of the story. So as you keep doing stories on any particular subject and develop an expertise in that particular beat, your sources will automatically start trusting you, and they will know that the person has full knowledge of the subject and the stories that he's covering. So I think that is the best way to develop a trust with your sources. And the another way to get stories is never lose touch with your sources. Always be in touch with them. Keep meeting them. Keep calling them. That's the best idea.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And there's one more question. And so first of all, everybody knows there are threats, and there are some kind of risk when you go into the journalism or as a journalist. So what are your take on it? Like, are there really any threats, and if yes, then how did you face it, and how challenging was it for you?
So I will narrate a small, but before that I'll tell you one thing. Nowadays things have changed. Nowadays no gangster will call you to issue threats. What they do is they malign your image. They try to plant stories against you. They try to tell your editor that this person is corrupt. That is more easier than issuing threats. because by issuing threats, they have understood that they will turn a journalist into a hero. Because nowadays, social media is very powerful. When a journalist announces that he's getting threats from so and so people, he instantly becomes a hero. So the best way that people try to intimidate you, try to, you know, not allow you to do stories is malign your image. Do as many complaints against you as possible. And I will tell you, there is a new way to do that. When I was going to join one of the leading television channels, business news channel, one of the very senior bureaucrats called up the editor and told him that, why are you taking this guy? Don't take him. He has a very bad reputation. And that is the same bureaucrat against whom I have been following stories upon story. And I have also written about him in my book. So he knew it, that I have a lot of documents against him. I have a lot of stories against him. So the bureaucrat used to call my editor. What he will do is he will make other powerful people call your editor and try to instill a thought process that, this person is corrupt. This person doesn't, this person is a blackmailer. So these are the kind of tactics nowadays that everybody uses. Even gangsters nowadays are well versed in these kind of tactics. They don't issue threats, or they may try to put up cases against you. So, I had a journalist friend, Sahara Group had put cases against him in every state. One in Mumbai, one in Delhi, one in Kolkata, one in South somewhere. So that journalist had to, whenever there was a date in that case, he had to just keep on running around. So these are some of the intimidating techniques that corporate houses will use against you, that, vested interests will use against you. But I have learned that, when you have facts with you, when you have a proper story, and when you have documents with you, I think you are on a very strong footing. If you can't do that story today, sometime later, you will definitely be able to do those stories. And I'm telling you that, for new journalists, it is very important to learn how to do one story with different angles. One story will have several angles to do. So when I started out as a trainee journalist, my editor, Pradeep Shinde, with whom I started working, he used to daily give me at least 25-30 newspapers. Those days, internet was very less in use. All the newspapers were not even there on internet in 2002-3. So he used to give me 25-30 newspapers coming from across India. My job was to cut all the articles from those newspapers and put it and segregate it segment wise, which would be business story, crime story, medical stories. So by doing that, by reading all those stories, I learned how I used to analyze which story came from what kind of source. So I learned different angles in different stories by doing that. So I think you should not get intimidated by people. They will try to do that. You should stand your foot. You should be humble with people. That is very important. You should not be arrogant with people, because these are very powerful people you are dealing with. So you should be very humble, have your facts with you, and that's the way to go, I think.
Rightly said, sir. And even it says that, half knowledge is always harmful. So we need to be knowledgeable completely. We need to learn as much as we can. And again, there's one more question.
And journalists get exposed very soon nowadays on social media. You might have seen, because a little bit of here and there in facts, and the journalist is exposed. So I think you have to be very cautious about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And again, there's one more question. So, during your BMM days, did you ever thought that, did you ever think, or you knew that you are going into the financial journalism, or it was always something else and you directly landed up here in the industry?
As I said, when I started, so what I did was, after I passed my 12th, I was doing commerce. So after I passed 12th, I had decided that I wanted to become a journalist, because as I said, I got an opportunity to work with Mr. Pradeep Shinde in his website. So when I started following up with small stories, and he would teach me how to get stories from police press room and government hospitals. So that was a very fascinating phase of my life where I learned to widen my horizon. Crime reporting and general stories taught me to widen my horizon. But then I saw that, everything is turning into white collar. Today, the gangsters themselves have become real estate builders. They are film producers. They also own, let me tell you, they also own listed companies. So there was no gang war involved. There were no guns. So money did the talking. So I thought, after covering this crime for 3-4 years, I felt that I should go into finance. And that is what I always had in my blood, because being a Gujarati, I had chosen commerce, and I was very impressed by math and accounts. But it is very important to master regulations. So in whatever beat that you cover in journalism, whether it would be finance, whether it would be medical, whether it would be crime, whether it would be any other field, what you have to do is you have to master regulations in that field. Once you master those regulations, the only way to master regulations is read more about it. Read the case laws, follow the cases that are going on in that particular stream. So once you master those regulations, you have mastered the stories. That's the trick. So in finance also, you master the financial regulations, which is stock market regulations are governed by SEBI. So you should start reading more and more about it. And once you start knowing regulations very well, then I think you're sorted out in your beat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now, coming into this field, you also have to face a lot of pressure and deadlines and all of that. So that also becomes more challenging. So how have you overcome that? Because, giving your work or submitting your work in time has been really very difficult for all of us. We also have assignments to submit, and that becomes difficult. So how do you manage to be in time, or like keeping up to the deadlines?
Yeah, I think so. Deadlines are very important for a journalist. I think more than any other profession, I have seen that, journalist has got very little time in his hand, which is like, I'll give you a fresh example. Yesterday, there was this budget. So nowadays, all the newspapers have cut down their workforce, and there's a lot of retrenchment that has happened because of the slowdown, COVID, and other financial issues in, I think, almost all media houses. So the workforce is very less. And during an event like budget, like, you have to be really on your toes. So like, there'll be days you'll have to do 3 and 4 stories, and those stories, you can't fool your readers daily, because readers nowadays are very smart. They know more than you. They are all the time, they are browsing media, Google, social media. They know all the cases, they know all the history. You have to give them something extra to read. You have to be your article has to give them more information. So again, it is the same point. I mean, coming back, you have to master your field. You have to master your the regulations in that field. So yesterday's budget, I will tell you 3 stories we did. I did on stock market. One was that Nirmala Sitharaman's budget was the best in 23 years. After 97 budget, in 93 budget, Chidambaram. So I will tell you, there is a pattern in this. 93 budget, Chidambaram announced just 2 weeks ahead of budget that this is going to be my dream budget. So the stock markets were falling continuously 5 days prior to his budget. But on the budget day, when he announced the budget, markets rose 10%. Similarly, Nirmala Sitharaman announced that this is going to be my best budget in 100 years. markets were falling 5 days prior to the budget, and on the budget day, it saw the biggest rally in 23 years. So all these facts, so this data comes from the experts. So in your field, you need to know the experts very well, and you have to have a very good rapport with them. So once you build your rapport with these experts and your sources, your work becomes very easy. You can deliver on time because all you have to do is just pick up the phone, talk to them, talk to few good people, and write the story. So I think, and also I think, while writing also, you have to stick to the story. There are a lot of journalists who will write a 500, 800 word copy, but only 200-300 words are important in that story because they don't stick to the storyline. They go, and then the deadline issues come up. So I think you have to.
Yeah, truly, sir. So two basic takeaway from here are one, having a proper knowledge, and maintaining all the relationships as much as you can, and having good bond with them. I mean, the clients and the people in the industry. So these are the two takeaways that when I'm listening you, I've taken. And now one more question, sir. So as you said that we cannot, just make the readers read anything and everything as we want. So how could you describe the best two qualities, like while writing? How best can we manipulate or influence, or
आनी ऊपर चाल ही रहे बंद है. Just yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no issues. So as you said that we cannot, the readers are smart now, and we cannot write everything and anything and make them read also everything and anything. So I had a question by Disha Parmar, and she asks, can you describe a best quality of writing? I mean, the styles, the way we could write the write up or something, and how we could reach out to people and attract the readers.
The best quality of writing in daily news reporting, journalism is not beating around the bush. Be very direct. If you have certain data, just state that data. Just say that only 38% people participated in the voting and not 97% as the mutual fund is claiming. And if the mutual fund is claiming 97%, it's a fraud. Just be very direct. But that you can be only when you have the facts in your hand and data. So the best quality of journalism, nowadays nobody has time to read your literature. They have read all the literature they can on internet, on WhatsApp, on social media. The only reason they read your story, your newspaper, is to know the facts. You give them the facts. You don't give them interpretation unless you're writing a newsroom column or you're writing your op-ed column or views. In a daily story, in a reporting story, you give them facts, and those facts will stand out and attract the readers to you. So that is the trick. And be very direct and straightforward in stating your point based on those facts.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Assistant Professor Nelson Daniel to please propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your huge and laborious experiences that you have shared. We have this famous saying, experience is the best teacher. After listening to you as a teacher, I have got a lot of experiences from you. Thank you so much for this tremendous, overwhelming, outpouring knowledge that you've given to our students. Thank you so much. And we wish you all success for your future. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Over to you, host.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for inviting me and listening. And thank you to your students also. And I wish them all the best in their career and
Thank you, sir.
also their education. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Palak sir. I'm sure you have been an inspiration to those who want to excel in this industry and who are completely lost with no direction right now. And after you have shared your experiences and tips, they must have found a ray of hope. When we talk about a ray of hope, how can we forget our assistant professor, Nelson Daniel? So we would surely want to know from your half that there's a village which you have adopted for the college. So if you could please talk to us about that.
Yeah, because when I talk about the village, I directly go back to 2017, 2017 May, when Principal Dr. Mrs. Ansi Jose called me and told me, Nelson, you have to, find a village where we can extend our social work and extend our services. And one fine day in the morning, because 2017, I can't forget the date, 27th of May 2017, I set out in the morning with around 5 students, 5 boys, to a place called Raigad, not knowing where I'm going exactly. I just knew that at Raigad there is a village called Malwadi. It's an Adivasi village. It's very, very interior. I went with my students. We got down at Kopoli station. From there, we got a bus. We traveled and we reached to a place called Varsai. And from Varsai, we didn't know where to go, north, west, east, south. There were jungles and there were, roads which we were not able to understand. And then suddenly there came a tempo with some people loaded, not goods, people loaded. And I very happily got into that tempo with my students and I told, let's go wherever this tempo is going. I got in the tempo and went ahead for some time, and then finally some people were talking about different villages. And then I got to know that this is not the only village. Here there are so many villages in that place called Raigad. And along with my students, we wanted to go to a village called as Malwadi, but we reached at the top of a mountain, and that village was called Karambeli Wadi. Now, Wadi stands for village, the word Wadi. So every place has this, suffix called Wadi, village. I reached there with my students, and we got a wonderful welcome from this entire villagers. And from that particular day, because 2017, May 27 till date, I went to the village 2 days back also and visited the villages. Since last 3 years, we've been able to successfully conduct, this a lot of activities in the village. We have around 150 kids, Nagindas Khandwala College, with the help of so many teachers and such wonderful students who've been helping to put this project in a very successful manner. This wouldn't have been possible had not been the support of our principal, our management, and especially, to the wonderful teaching fraternity of our college and to all the students. And let me also not forget to mention, because a lot of parents are supporting us. And that's, the most brilliant thing for me, because those parents who are supporting us, they are constantly, calling us, supporting us, and they are really a huge backbone for this project. So in the last 3 years, we have seen tremendous growth in the village. When I visited the village 2 days back, it was almost after 6 months, because of the pandemic situation, we were not allowed to enter the village. But 2 days back, I got the permission to visit the village, and I got a fantastic opportunity to be a part of the, a lot of work there. And I got this fantastic experience where, the people in the village came to me and told me, sir, that we were really missing you and we expected that you would come to us even during the pandemic. So, I really want to give the credit of the growth of this entire thing to the students and the teachers of this college who have really been able to put this together. Thank you to you, Vikas, And thank you to all the BMM students. Thank you to Preeti ma'am, who have been a huge support for me for this project also. There are around, talking about this village, one thing I really want to say, there are around 150 students, in that village. And you all are so fortunate and so lucky that you still have an online education happening. But in that village, which is very, very remote, they don't have facilities of, online lectures or online classes. They're all missing their school. Okay, they're all missing the education. You are so fortunate enough that you have parents who are still giving you education even now. And there are children in that village, I would say literally almost all children who don't even get to drink a regular milk, that we have tea and coffee and so many things. They are really, some are really malnourished, and there are no proper water facilities. It was in last 2019 November that water facilities came to that village. So we can't even imagine about a place like this, because just 5 hours from our college, just 5 hours, on one side we can see luxury and comfort and facilities. On the other side, I can see lack of facilities, turbulence and difficulties faced by people. So I have this quote which I love very much, which I always tell. I believe, and my motto of life is, your biggest privilege is to serve the underprivileged. And when I'm so happy that I get to see both sides of the life. Back at college, I get to teach the privileged students like you. But so when I say privilege, I mean you have all facilities in life. That's privilege for me. When you have all facilities in life, that's a greatest privilege. And on the other side, I also get to teach underprivileged students who don't have the facilities that you all enjoy. So you should really value life and really understand that you've been so blessed by the Almighty, and you've got all the facilities through your parents, through the college, and through the wonderful management that we have, that even during this pandemic situation, you are still being able to organize Montage 2021. And that's the beauty, and that's a real fortune for all of you. So value it, Vikas, and I really want to wish all of you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for all your guidance and talking about the Kalambedi Wadi village. And so, is there any future plans which you have for the college or for yourself, which you would like to share?
Yeah, I have my plan is, because I really want to get some students from that village and get them, education in our college. Okay, that is my next plan. If I can, there are some students in that village who have finished their 10th standard and 12th standard. There are only two students in that village who have finished their 10th and 12th standard. So my future plan is I want to get them to our college and give them the best of education and the privileges that you are enjoying, the facilities that you are enjoying. I want to get them to our college. That is my next plan. At the same time, last academic year during Symphony, you remember, we had all the villages. We had around 60 villages who came to our college campus. So we want to make Karambeli Wadi and Nagindas Khandwala College a part of one family. It's just the distance that separates us, nothing else. We are just one family. So I want, all of you, the students of Nagindas Khandwala College, all the teachers, who have come forward for this initiative, to consider, this village as our own college campus. Maybe in future, Nagindas Khandwala College can have a campus somewhere in Karambeli Wadi also, and we can educate the kids of Karambeli Wadi, and maybe people like you, Vikas, can inspire people there as well.
Definitely, sir. It would be an honor for me as well. And so, if a normal person who's not from the college decides to help you in some other way, how is that supposed to be done? What's the best way to help you out?
Yeah. See, the best way to help me is definitely for this village. If you ask me, the best way is to give me real ideas of how I can, because these kids really don't know to write a sentence in English. And my objective of going there is to really emancipate them and, make them frame sentences, frame English properly and speak English properly. So I really am looking forward more than anything else if you can all come forward and give me ideas, because our nation can move forward with brilliant ideas. Okay, money comes from northwest, east, south. Okay, but that's not going to help all the time, because we can't empower the village through money. We can empower the village through innovative ideas. So I want ideas from youngsters like you. From this department, we have fantastic students. From our college, we have great students who are really talented, really capable of coming together and making a platform in this village where the youngsters and the kids in the village can really take this opportunity and do something great and make the college proud and make the nation proud. And maybe this village can be a replica, and maybe this village can be an example for the entire nation of what young people like you can do for the underprivileged people. And if you all really, I strongly believe, Vikas, that the youth of today is a driving force of social change. And you are indeed, all of you are a driving force of social change. And if you really come forward, I believe, in future there will be there'll be nothing called as an underprivileged village.
Definitely so. And I can't thank you enough for all the guidance and all the motivation which you provide, not just to us, but also to each and every person who's connected to you. And we're just honored to have you over here and have a few words with us. Now, I would like to pass on to my co-host, Ms. Nirmiti Thakur. And thank you so much, Nelson, sir.
Thank you, Vikas. Thank you, Vikas.
Just like yesterday, we had a segment of Hitarth Jani playing and singing as well. Today, again, we have a musical segment which is going to be conducted by our beloved singer, Ankur Joshi, and Hitarth Jani will be the accompanies the guitarist. And I would now request the IT team to please play the video.
शाम भी कोई जैसी है नदी, लहर लहर जैसे बह रही है। कोई अनकही कोई अनसुनी बात धीमी धीमी कह रही है। कहीं ना कहीं जागी हुई है कोई आरज़ू, कहीं ना कहीं खोए हुए से है मैं और तुम। कि बुम 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 पारा पारा है मदहोश दोनों। कि बुम 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 पारा पारा है खामोश दोनों। जो गुमसुम है ये फिजाएं, जो कहती सुनती है ये निगाहें। जो गुमसुम है ये फिजाएं, है ना। शामें मलंग सी रातें सुरंग सी, बागी उड़ान पे ही ना जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जी आए आए। इलाही मेरा जी आए आए। कल पे सवाल है, जीना फिलहाल है। खाना बदोशियों पे ही जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जी आए आए। इलाही मेरा जी आए आए। ओ नन्ना मेरा फलसफा कंधे पे मेरा बस्ता, चला मैं जहाँ ले चला मुझे रास्ता, बूंदों पे नहीं गहरे समंदर पे। ओ इलाही मेरा जी आए आए, इलाही मेरा जी आए आए। फिर से उड़ चला, उड़ के छोड़ा है जहां नीचे मैं तुम्हारे अब हूँ हवाले हो। अब दूर दूर लोग बाग मील दूर ये वादियाँ, फिर धुआं धुआं तन हर बदली चली आती है छूने, पर कोई बदली कभी कई कर दे तन गीला ये बिना हो। वो नादा परिंदे घर आजा, वो नादा परिंदे घर आजा, घर आजा, घर आजा, घर आजा। कगारे मोरी इतनी अरज तो से चुन चुन खाइयो मांस, कगारे मोरी इतनी अरज तो से चुन चुन खाइयो मांस। रचिया रे खाइयो ना तूने ना मोहे, खाइयो ना तूने ना मोहे, पिया के मिलन की आस। खाइयो ना तूने ना मोहे, खाइयो ना तूने ना मोहे, पिया के मिलन की आस। नादा परिंदे घर आजा, ओ नादा परिंदे घर आजा, घर आजा, घर आजा, घर आजा। क्यों देश विदेश फिरे मारा, क्यों हाल बेहाल थका हारा, क्यों देश विदेश फिरे मारा, तू रात गे रात का बंजारा।
And now I'm sure you all enjoyed this performance. And the guitarist was too good. And I feel that right now, if you could have Mr. Hitarth Jani on screen and just enjoy with that vibe. But before we have him, we can have him really. We can have him quite minutes after that. But first, let me introduce to someone who's really really special. So if you are a foodie, if you love traveling and exploring the world, then this segment is surely for you. We all at some point of our lives aspired to be a travel show host, especially after the movie Ye Jawani Hai Diwani. Our guest for today is literally living the dream life of many. So here we present you a short video for our next guest.
It's been a long journey for me exploring the country. I've traveled from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Kutch to Kohima to explore and discover the flavor of this wonderful country. And over a period of time, I've learned so much about the food of this fascinating country. Okay, most of the dishes in this thali are influenced by Rajasthani style because both the states share the same kind of climatic condition. So due to water scarcity, most of the dishes were cooked in curd or buttermilk. So basically, a lot of dairy products were used.
Being in the tourism industry teaches you a thing or two about what goes into safeguarding and enhancing the beauty of places.
So right now you can just spam the comment section and let's welcome a spectacular personality, Mr. Rohan Patole. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you guys see me? Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I've changed a bit since then. So yeah, those were from my food show days. Thank you so much, all of you. I hope you all are doing pretty okay during these unprecedented times. Thank you so much, NK College. And I hope that so far so good going on with Montage 2021. So I wanted to introduce myself. What do I introduce about myself? Okay, so let me tell you a little gist of who I am. Okay, so as the host already mentioned, that I do perform a couple of travel shows for a travel channel, international travel channel, and it's been almost 12 years since I've been doing that. I've been doing anchoring, television anchoring, since past 15 years. So just close your eyes and visualize this guy who travels the world, who eats the best of the food, absolutely free of cost. Okay, someone who travels the world, have fun, gets paid to have fun. So all of that qualities are me. Okay, so yeah, that's me. I am a television presenter, also director, also creative head for a channel called as Travel XP. Travel XP is India's first high definition and would be India's first 4K channel. So yeah, okay. Now I wanted to just get a little gist of. So I've been given a certain time frame, and I wanted to know whether people there are. I'm not used to speaking like this in a webinar, so I hope you guys are watching me and listening to me. Just if you can just say that you can hear me properly and you can see me properly, so I can go ahead and start with my session. Just
we can hear you. We can see you extremely well, Rohan. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let me start by my journey. So if you think that this job, it's a very fascinating job. I do get a lot of time that my lifestyle is more like Ranveer's from Ye Jawani Hai Diwani, because most of the time I'm in some place or the other. Like even in COVID, I was filming in Uttarakhand. I'm about to go to Maldives. There are a couple of shoots lined up. So it's a very insane but very satisfying experience. So let me start by how I started. So like you, I was one of the students. I studied from Pune, from a very lower middle class family from a place called as Jalna. My father was a football coach. I myself, both me and my sister were national players in football. I got the scholarship from Sports Authority of India for 2 years, and then I got into theatre. So dad passed away in 2008, and then I decided that I'll take the responsibility of my house and get everybody to Mumbai. So Mumbai was a big, big, big dream. It was a dream. It's not even a city, for people like us, small town people like us, it was a big dream. But I said it's the right time, and if I'm not now, I won't be able to go to Bombay ever again. So I did mass communication from Pune. I finished my post-graduation diploma in mass communication. I got hired by Ekta Kapoor from campus. I worked there for 3 months. Let's put it this way, okay, my thoughts and her thoughts didn't gel well. And then I started working very closely with Mr. Subhash Chandra for ZTV. And by then the family came in, and that's how my journey started. So if you think that, Bombay was waiting for me to give this kind of profile, so to give me this kind of job, no, it wasn't. I worked 9-to-5 job for 3 years before I got my first break. Okay, not even this break, the first break to come on TV. And because I was a good artist, I was very actively involved in theaters. I thought, and I was, my father also told me that I'm a very good entertainer. So in television medium, you need to be, of course, presentable, yes, of course, but in order to click, you need to connect with the audience. You need to, just tell them who you are, and this job gave me that possibility. So I came, I started working for Z. I worked there for a couple of years. And then one fine day, I was called for the auditions, because I used to go on weekends and I used to do a couple of shows at SLWell just to brush up my skills. Okay, just to try new stuff. I used to RJ on Sundays. I used to go On weekdays, we used to go Sunday to SL World just to host a couple of, or master of ceremony or MC couple of shows then. So that's how my anchoring, the career in anchoring started. So if you think that I'm a vivid traveler now, yes, I am. Then no, I wasn't. I didn't. Yesterday itself, I was doing a podcast and I was telling them that I didn't sit. I wasn't. We weren't that privileged. Uh, uh, when we were young. So I still remember the first time I sat in an aircraft was at the age of 22. And today I have, in fact, the last time I was counting, I've just completed 40 odd countries. And due to COVID, I couldn't visit a couple of countries, but hopefully this year the counting will start again. So what I'm trying to tell you is not everything is, I was so angry and I was so angry for coming out of that middle class mentality, and angry for being the person whose happiness is decided depending on how much salary he's earning. So I was very angry and I was hungry because I knew I had it in me and I knew I just wanted a break. And trust me, guys, I got that break while I was working for Z, and that audition turned out to be disaster. It is not easy. You watch someone on TV and you're like, "Arey, ye to main bhi kar lunga. I can possibly easily do it." I used to think that way, and I gave the audition, and I was so embarrassed. I was so bad. But I didn't, because I didn't had anything to lose, and I didn't. In sports they teach you, the first thing what they teach you is finish what you've started and don't give up. So I didn't know how to give up, and I still remember I auditioned for that same post for 6 months straight. By the end of it, they were so fed up, and I was improving every audition. I was improving. By the end of it, they said, let's we really like this guy's dedication, sort of just dedication, and he's improving every audition, so let's give him a try. And since then, and when I got the break, I decided that this is my chance. It was a very small channel. We used to do interactive shows and interactive plays, but interestingly, it was the shooting or the filming what we used to do, it was all live. So that was my start into anchoring. And I used to I used to work, I used to do a desk job to survive, and I used to fulfill my passion here. So that's how it all started. And Z started grooming me. All my anchoring, all my skills, were groomed by Z. And then one fine day I came and I gave an audition. I was, as usual, I was rejected. So it was a channel, upcoming channel, and they wanted a show presenter. And I said, let's give it a try. I've done a couple of indoor multicam shows, so I'm not very keen, and at the same time, I'm not sure how I'm going to perform outdoors, because travel is all about outdoors, right? Most of the time, at least. And I came and they rejected me. So they were looking for a food anchor. I was very skinny then. I'm talking about 10 years back. And I was very skinny, and they said, "Ye ladka kya khayega? Or kya bolega? He's so skinny, and you're contemplating on doing a food show." And then they said, "Reject him. Go for the other one." So the guy was actually selected, backed up, because he got a film offer. So he said, "I won't be able to do your show." So my audition was the fresh one, right next to him. So they said that now that we don't have anybody, might as well let's do a pilot. Pilot is a show they do to check the trial and errors before you start the series. Let's do a pilot with him. And I did a pilot with them. I went to Rajasthan. I did a couple of food shows there, and then we came back. And my CEOs, as in now my CEOs, then the head of the channel said that, one thing about this boy is he doesn't know how to speak, or he doesn't know what the content is. The content was food, and I wasn't much into food anchoring. But one thing we really like about him was his presence of mind, his witty nature, and his spontaneity. So let's give him a chance. That was my show called as Strictly Street. That show went on to do 140 episodes. Then I got Addicted. Then I got Food Highway, and kind of I was stereotyped to food shows. I gained my knowledge in the niche food sector. So I'm not a chef. I'm a hardcore foodie. I don't know. I don't intend to cook. That's not my forte. but I'm a foodie. I like researching about food. I love traveling for food, but that's just one part of it. I'm also the adventure part, which you will be seeing now in 2021. I just finished filming one of my shows, and it turned out pretty neat. It's coming uh, on the television on the 12th of February. The channel will release the dates and the show. So all said and done, this was my start. The moral of the story, why I told you all of this, is travel is something I started loving because I believe that only two kind of people love travel. One is who are seeking for something, and the other one are who are looking for something. So I was seeking for something. I was hungry. My father passed away. I had that incompleteness, and there were a lot of issues on the social front. But I said that if I don't succeed here, I'm going to go down in the, it's not going to be very healthy for me, because this is the only thing which keeps motivating me, which keeps me on the hook, which keeps me excited. Even if I'm not going to make my mark here, this is going to be really bad for my career, for my life, and eventually for myself. So I said, I better be good. I didn't judge myself because I didn't have anything to lose. I kept doing things one after the other. I was bad at. My mentor used to spend hours and hours talking to me. How do I, how can I improve when my body language, the way I speak, the what I wear and stuff like that. I wasn't introduced to all these things. So slowly and steadily, I started grooming, and in the last 10 years, it has been a fantastic journey. To tell you the truth, today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Travel XP, my channel, and the launch of the first 4K channel. And please pardon me if you hear a lot of noise, because I'm still in the office and we're having a little party session due to the pandemic. So this was my introduction. This is how it all started. The whole point of telling you all these things is, if you have a dream, what is your dream, your why, your reason to be in media, nothing can stop you. They always say that people from small town are meant to do big things. So just hang in there. Don't give up. Keep upgrading your skills. Okay, my topic, well, I was being told my topic for today was, it was an open topic, just talk about travel. So I'm going to talk about travel. I'm going to talk about life, and I'm going to tell you how travel has changed the way I see. Of course, you guys must be traveling. It makes you self-sufficient. It makes you bold. It makes you street smart. All said and done, I think travel makes you two things. One, it makes you kind of smug, where you think you know everything. At the same time, travel also makes you humble and gives you wisdom. So I think I'm the latter, because travel has taught me everything. Whatever I'm today, right from confidence to public speaking to the way I get to know when I'm speaking with a third person uh, about the region, about the topography, about their culture, food, and food, because food is universally acceptable. So it came out pretty easily for me, because I was doing a food show and I was traveling for food, and people connect very quickly because of that. So I think it was universally acceptable, and food connected me to a lot of people, to a lot of region, and I'm just loving every bit of it. I have finished 10 years only in presentation, but I think I've just started. So I'm going to give you little tips here and there about, if you want to pursue this career, how you can go about it. First of all, you need to understand you're not everything uh, is glossy. This may seem very nice. There's a lot of fame, money's great, but you won't have social life. So, please understand, life is all about the choices you make, right? It can be good, it can be bad, but then you have to decide what choice you want to make, and then you have to stick to those choices, because the choice will come with good things and bad things. The same thing here also. Okay, it's a great career. Surprisingly, when I got into this career, there wasn't much of a competition, and I thought I can create a niche for myself, which I'll be contemplating, and I'm actually working on. So travel industry today is as you said, as we all know, that it has changed a bit post pandemic. Post COVID, it was a different scenario. Now it's different. So as a channel, because travel has changed, so is the travel content. People would love to go to places which are less crowded. People would not like to mingle with a lot of people. People would go to, instead of a hotel, I would rather prefer a homestay or a heritage place or a heritage bungalow, so on and so forth. So travel has changed. The content has changed. But I wanted to ask you, this is a question what my professor asked me back then when I was like you, when I was sitting and listening to one of my lecturer, and he came and he said that, Rohan, there are, today, if you see the media industry, I was reading in the morning, in fact, just the digital industry is close to $290 billion. How many of you, there were a couple of students, 30, 40 students in our class, and then he asked, how many students do you think, how many people here think that we can have 10% of that, of $290 billion, 10%, $29 billion? Nobody raised their hands. Then he's like, let's come down a little bit. Okay, how many people actually think that they can have 10% of that 10%, which is $29 billion, 10%, $2.9 billion? How many people you think that you can make that kind of in your entire life? Nobody raised your hand. And so on and so forth. He kept coming down. And then he said at last, that's what happens, Rohan. What you want in life is a job. You passed out of the college, you want a job, you want to get a decent salary, and that's what you get. So please, I humbly request you, watch your words, watch your dreams, because if job is your ultimate criteria, well, be it that way, because very rare people like me would say we love our job. Not many people can say that. Job is just over broke. But because I get to be the person I am, because I get to do the things I want to do in life, because I've created a brand for myself, I think this is not a job for me. It's more like something which I would want to do for myself. And coming from nowhere, getting a platform, getting good mentors, creating great people to work with was a blessing in disguise. The other day I was speaking to my cameraman, and we were just sharing a couple of memories, and we said that 10 years have passed by since we are working together. And then I said, tomorrow I want my kids, my grandkids, to know what I have done in the last 10 years. I can tell them because I have been filming for 10 years. I have my shows, I have my videos, I have my travel journeys. But then there are so many people who actually worked along with me to make me look good. Nobody would know them. Nobody would even, so there were a lot of people who actually make me look good, but nobody would know them. And then he realized, and I said it was high time, and I realized it very early in life that I wanted to work for myself. I didn't have a platform, so I took a job. Because I was clear in my head what I wanted to do and the kind of journey I wanted to have in my career. I got it. Travel anchoring was not something I decided. I would be very fair with you. I wanted to be an entertainer. I got into the travel industry, and I justified that position. So that is very, very, very important. First, decide what you want. Listen to, dreams. I come from a family where dreams were never meant to be dreamed. Okay, I come from a family who would, probably my elders would always say, go get into a government job, get into something which is more secure. Sorry about this. Get into something which is secure. But I'll tell you something, if you are going to do that, perhaps you'll be most stable and you'll have a great family. But if you can break that stereotype, nothing like it. It will either make you or it will either break you. When you have nothing to lose, it will definitely make you. I didn't had option B. I never believed in option B. I didn't know what was option B because I had so less time and so much to do, because my why was very strong. I started working on TV, and my father was on deathbed. And my main reason to come on TV was my father. I wanted to see him, how popular or how good I am with what I do. And on his deathbed, he called for me. I went, and he told me three things which I would like to share with you today. And that became my biggest why. The first thing he said that, Rohan, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be around, but make sure you take care of your mom. Number one. Number two, pay your credit card bills on time. And number 3, what he said became my why was he told me, I'm going, leaving you behind, but make sure you don't stop. So that word, don't stop, has been my why since then. So I don't feel overwhelmed. At the same time, I don't feel arrogant of who I am, of what I'm doing. I feel there's a space which is kind of incomplete because the person I wanted to see all of this is no more. So whatever comes in my way, I give my 100%, but at the same time, it doesn't hit me here. I keep my head on my shoulder. So find your why. Your why cannot be just any random thing. Your why needs to be more emotional. Give a due date to it. Have a date. Decide what you want. You perhaps may not get what you're looking for. You'll get something different, but eventually that will solve the purpose. Content creation is something I would like to talk about here. Content creation is, what is content? What I'm doing right now, the way I'm talking to you right now is content. Now, how you present is the key. Now there are so many platforms. OTT is there, television is there, YouTube and digital platform is there. But a story remains a story in all the other forms. So check all the forms. Okay, it can be 90 minutes, it can be 19 minutes, it can be 9 minutes. You have to tell a story. So you need to be a good storyteller. You need to be true to yourself. I always keep telling that artist needs to be emotional. Okay, you cannot make decisions. You have to feel from your heart. While you're talking, if you don't, the problem today is a lot of makers don't understand that the viewers are more smarter than the makers. And if you're bluffing them, if you're being artificial, they are the one who are going to identify perfectly, and they'll catch hold of you. So don't do that. I'll share with you what I do. I speak from my heart. I don't understand what it has caused me also a couple of issues in life, but I speak from my heart, and perhaps that's what connects me to my audience. I make it a point to make sure that whatever I'm saying makes sense first to me, then to my audience. And at the same time, initial that nervousness was there, but as I started doing more and more shows due to the practice, today I'm confident enough to face the camera, because I always believe that right behind the camera, when the red light blinks, there are billions of people watching me, and I'm their representative, and they put me here in order to do this show and to tell them what exactly it feels to be here and to experience this journey. So that is the mindset I have when I start my camera. I go into a completely different zone, however angry, however sad, however vulnerable I am. When I see that red dot, it's like a complete shift. So content creation has changed more or less because people want to see more adventurous stuff. People want to see more on the go reality stuff. And because my forte remains non
I guess there's some issue from Sir's side. Yes, sir, you're audible right now.
Okay, please tell me that you could hear me saying everything before, or was it all that hard work has gone in vain?
No, sir. No, sir. It's just been hardly not even 10 seconds. We
Oh,
the
okay.
connection. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to ask you, now that you're here, am I even making sense what I'm talking?
Definitely, sir. We're getting so much to learn. Exactly, like we're getting so much new things to learn about this field, because it's like a dream for many, and but many are not known to this. Everyone wants to do this, but they're not knowing exactly what goes in behind all of these things. So, sir, over to you, sir, again.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So, I believe you can see me now. I was just wondering, I thought everything was like, people are already bored with me.
No, sir.
So let me keep it
Actually,
short.
we have so many questions lined up for you through a YouTube.
You know what? Just give me 5 minutes. Let me wrap it up, and then perhaps we'll get on with the
Yes,
question and
sir.
answer.
Definitely, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So what next is content creation. I already told you post-COVID things have changed. Yes, definitely changed. But media is getting back into shape. It will take us a couple of times because of the COVID. We have incurred a lot of losses, but media will eventually get there. That's for sure. Another thing is what are we working on right now? We are working on a lot of shows, amazing shows. You love it, and we are trying new stuff. Filmmaking has changed. 10 years back it was a completely different filmmaking style. Now nobody wants to use tripod, people use gimbal, people use drone, handycam, and not handy camera, handheld cameras, and the camera size have compressed. Technology has gained, so the kind of technology we work on, if you are into filmmaking by any chance, we work on cameras which support 6K. If you don't know what 6K, please, we can have another session right now. Just Google 4K, 6K, 8K. Okay, so a lot of things are changing. Please make sure you keep upgrading your skills. If you could speak, skills not just related to media, but it can be anything. It can be if you know a certain instrument, if you want to learn a new language, it will help you. Trust me. If you want to become a travel, or if you want to make a career into travel, all these things will definitely add on to your resume. Moral of the story, I only want to tell you that when I come to when I go visit the colleges and when I meet students, I see a lot of me in them. So all I want to tell you is make sure what you want in life. It's very easy to get distracted, and it's very easy to give up on your dreams. Dreams is very, very, very heavy word. Let me just dilute it a little bit. I would say just focus on your why. Why? Whatever you do, whatever you want to do, just keep asking why. Why? Okay, and eventually you'll get the answer. And be ready to do that kind of hard work. Hard work is not just about just going, auditioning, meeting people, sending resume. Not really. You have to understand that in order to get somewhere, please put in a little more mind. Please start attracting it. Please start reaching out to the right people. You in more than hard work. I always keep saying that focus on smart work. Don't go for 10 different people. Go for 2 people who would actually are decision makers. And because our travel industry is a very small industry here in India, we don't have enough travel channels, so the competition is huge. Okay, not everybody is going to get into that Geo and Discovery. So you have to start from the small thing, and then you have to move on to the big companies. So don't say no to work. Keep doing until you get what you want. And the best, I think, what I would recommend and what I would highly suggest is, if you don't get anything, create something of your own. My father always told me there are 3 kind of people. One, who make the best use of the opportunity, who get opportunity and who make the best use of the opportunity. 2, who don't make the best use of the opportunity, who let it go. And 3rd, people like most of us who create opportunity for themselves. So be that opportunist, and things are going to fall for you. I wish you all the very best. Do make us all proud, and I see a lot of potential in all of you. I can sense that. I can't see you, I can sense that, and I just hope whatever I spoke made 1% of sense, because if it does, there's somebody out there who is going to who's going to understand what I'm trying to say. And perhaps, who knows, couple of years, one of you would come and say, sir, because of that session, it really changed my life. And I'll be really proud of that, if that makes a difference, if that would make a difference in your life. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We can now start with the question answer session. I'm sure you have a lot of them.
Yeah, so we have many questions, sir. Many questions. So we'll start with a few light questions, and after that we can begin to the questions which do really have connection with what you said. And so the first question is by Kusha. He asks at any horror travel stories.
Kusha.
Kusha from a YouTube
Kusha.
section.
Okay. Yeah. A couple of them. I haven't seen anything, but I've been to a lot of spooky places. There was once where the camera stopped working on a particular place. We were filming in Rajasthan, Sirohi, and there were a lot of spooky and a lot of paranormal stories associated with that place. So once we were filming there, and the camera just stopped working. It didn't work. When I was talking about the paranormal stuff, the camera just refused to work. Once, twice, three, no, we did 30 takes and the camera stopped only at that one line. So it was pretty spooky. My cameraman gave up on me on the shooting. He left away. He boycotted us. But not much. I haven't seen anything. But I don't know. I think there are good spirits and bad spirits, but surprisingly, I haven't witnessed it.
Okay, so our next question is from Jimit Parekh. He says, "Sir, which city has your heart as a foodie?"
Oh, every city has its own charm. But I'll tell you something, I don't want to give you any diplomatic answers. Okay, I'm not a page 3 person. I'll give you a straight answer on the face. I think it's Bombay because I'm from Mumbai and I stay here and I have my heart here. So I think it's Mumbai. But I love a lot of other places also. I love
except for Mumbai, if there's one place.
Only for food?
As a foodie, yeah.
I think Delhi then. Kolkata, sorry. I'll take Kolkata. If it's about Delhi and Kolkata, I'll go for Kolkata. I think I am a half bong already. Kuch to hai connection.
So Hinal Brahmabhat asks, one unique thing or incident you came through while you were traveling in India and what surprised you the most?
Okay. What's the name of the
Hinal Brahmabhat. Yeah,
Hinal. Okay, Hinal, I would like to share with you one incident. I think I know what I'm going to tell here. So there was this guy who reached out to me. He said that my mom is a big fan of yours and she would like to meet you. And I said, I'm so really glad she does, but I don't go out very often to meet people I don't know. I very nicely, politely, I refused. And then he said that please make an exception. In our case, my mom is 80 years old. And I said, wow, that's quite an exception. And I thought that, it would be nice to meet your 80-year-old fan. And I went, I promised them, and I went to have dinner with them. I met the lady. She was 80-year-old. She was half paralyzed. And she was just awestruck. She was just staring at me. And I went and I kissed her on her forehead. And the son told me that, she gave up on life long back, but whenever she sees your show, Rohan, she says that this boy gives me a little ray of hope to live a little more longer. So I thought that was the best ever incident I could share with you.
Indeed, that's amazing. Like, it's just heartwarming. Like, that's really amazing because you have some people who follow you, who want to be like you, and even who just love to see you on screen. They feel that you are enjoying the movement and you are making them enjoy that particular movement. That's amazing, sir. So the next question is from Jimit. He asks, how many types of professions are compiled behind a single travel video?
Okay, so let's put it the top 4. That's anchoring, direction, camera, production, producer or alliances, whatever. 4. If you can add a 5th one, writer, really adds. And then of course you have the post-production team, editors and all of that.
So basically we are from mass communications field, and I guess all of these 5 roles are somewhere related to our streams. So is there anything or any tip which you would give to all of them? Like just one tip, which is
be the master of whatever you do, because every department is equally important and equally necessary and challenging. Okay, so in post-production you can focus on, there's so many different sorry, a friend of mine just came in. We are celebrating a 10th anniversary, right? So they are just announcing my name for awards, and I told them go.
Congratulations to you.
All right, thank you. So yeah, I was saying every department just try to be creative. Don't try to be, just don't do it for the sake of doing it, because then you'll be bored to death. If it's anchoring, be creative in bringing out something new every show you do. If it's director, try to upgrade your skills. If it's editor, try to learn new styles of editing. If it's just sound engineering, simple things, sound engineering, try to perfect that sound. If it's dubbing, try to have more voice modulation. If it's producing, try to make sure that your team works just fine and everything falls in place. So all of these things come with different profiles, and I think you have a chance to excel everything. Please understand, media is still small in India. It's either Bangalore, Bombay, or Delhi. So it's still small, and we have a huge population. So if you are not good enough, there will be a lot of competition who will be competing with you. You won't make it till there. Okay, so be, whatever you do, tiny things, be the best in it. If not the best would be too harsh to say right now. Be someone who keeps improving every day, every day. Eventually you'll become the best. Yeah.
Surely, sir. Well said. So, next question is by Kushali Jani. She asks that how did you face rejections while you were giving your auditions?
I was shameless, Shali. Be shameless, be silly, be stupid. I guarantee you'll be very successful. Be absolutely besharam. It's your life, it's your chance. You know how much you have, whatever the hard work you have put into it. Be shameless enough to take it away from everybody else.
Definitely, sir. And the next question is by Ankur Joshi. He asks that any tips for those who want to do travel journalism or want to make career in traveling?
If you want to make career in traveling, I would say the first and the foremost thing you need to do is travel. You need to travel. It's like asking an actor, what do you want? What do I do to become an actor? Acting. So you start traveling. Probably if you can just document it, it'll really help you. Start a blog or a vlog. There's so many things you can do.
How so? It's my question right now. How can one use YouTube or any of the social media platforms? You did mention that in your speech as well. So, what's the most appropriate way, I would say, to get attention of the viewers?
Okay. I'm sorry. What's your name, sir? Vikas, right?
Vikas, yes, sir.
Vikas. Okay, Vikas. When you're pursuing your passion, paise ko mat dekho. Money is equivalent, equally important. Please, I'm not telling you ki completely undekha kar do. Please make sure you make a lot of money, because that will really help you. But when you're seeking something, as far as your passion is concerned, not much of money initially will come to you. Okay, YouTube is a great platform not to make money, but to be seen by everyone. It's e-commerce and people across the globe can see you. It has brought the world together, all of that. In India, YouTube, to make money out of YouTube, I wouldn't say it's tough, but it takes long. Okay, give time for yourself, give time for that platform to be able to leverage on others, so that by the time in a year or 2 year, if you're consistent and if you're disciplined and if you're producing and putting in that kind of content continuously, you will get merchandise, you will get ads, you will get all of that money, all of that will be taken care of. But initially, don't expect, because what happens, we go with a lot of expectations. That doesn't happen. We give up very fast. 90% of the people won't last for a year if they start a YouTube channel. So it's just that 2% who continue to do that, not with great content, but with okay content. But because they were consistent, people start, watching. People start watching their channels and so on. And so the whole merchandise and ultimately, it's, if it's online, it's offline. In order to make that kind of money from any platform, you need to get into a business. What is business? Business is exchange of goods and services. What I do with my channel, is services. I give something to the channel, and then the channel gives me a certain XYZ salary. In order to make money out of YouTube, you need to indulge into some or the other sort of products, okay, which is merchandise, which can be hat, earphones, T-shirts. So people watch you, people get inspired from you, and people buy it, and that's how you make money out of it. At the same time, you also get money through ads and through views. The kind of money, and if I tell you the number, it's really bad. Okay, but YouTube is a great platform to be seen. It's easy, it's fun, it's user friendly. So yeah, if that's the intention, that I want to start something where I want people to recognize and see my work, YouTube is a great platform. Don't expect money from YouTube at least for a year if you want to be good at it. Yep. And by the way, I contemplate on starting a YouTube channel. I was thinking,
sir.
What do you think?
That's amazing. So you were talking about an OTT show which you are going to release soon. Could you please more?
It's Travel XP is starting with their own OTT. I just finished a show. I filmed it 2 months back, and it's coming on air on the 12th of February. I will share with you all the details. Okay, I can't disclose about the show. The channel will, but it's a show wherein the first time I'm not associated with food. As I mentioned, that post-COVID things have changed. People don't want to go to places which are street food or वो सब नहीं कर सकते. पता नहीं कोरोना कहाँ से लग जाए ना. So we did a different show and equally interesting.
So all the very best to you for all of that, and I had an amazing session, and I'm sure all the people listening to you and watching you have had a great time indeed. So
thank you so much for inviting Vikas.
Yes, sir. So now I would like to please hand it over to Nelson, sir, who would further give you the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Rohan Patule, sir, for your extensive experience that you have shared with us students. I was just mesmerized, and I was just thinking, maybe if I could accompany you to all these places and get a hands-on experience, I just want to say one thing. So, travel isn't always pretty. It is always uncomfortable. Sometimes we have ups and downs in journeys. What I learned from you is that there are ups and downs in our journey of life as well. But every journey has a beautiful destination.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so much to learn from you, sir. I'm extremely thankful for your precious time. And now I know from Montage, you've been sacrificing a lot for us. The celebrations are going on in one side, and you are just picking on the other side. Thank you so much for your wonderful, inspirational talk. Thank you so much for being with us. And may you have many more journeys, and may you have a great YouTube channel, and we will definitely follow you, sir. There also.
Appreciate. Thanks a lot for inviting, and it was a complete pleasure. Thank you. God bless you all, and I love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Over to you, the host.
So now the next speaker for the day is very well known for his popular advertisements like Pulpy Orange Minute Maid, Airtel, Hotstar, and many more. Not only this, but he was also featured in Amazon Originals web series Bandish Bandits. Not to forget, he's a singer, a writer, and a director. So I would now request the IT team to please present the video. I would now request to Mr. Rohib Akhtar to please take over.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nirmiti, for such a lovely introduction.
Thank you.
It is indeed an honor to have been given this opportunity to. Firstly, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes, Rohit, very much audible, and we can see you also extremely clearly. So please go ahead, Rohit. Okay, but now we have lost you. You have just frozen on
But
the.
I think, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
For about 10 seconds, you froze. For 10 seconds, you froze. So now you're back.
Hello,
Yes, we
Yes,
can
yes.
go ahead.
ma'am. Is it better? Is it better right now?
It's
Yes.
very not stable, Rohit.
Okay. Call him. Thank you so much everyone for such a lovely introduction. All right, I'll just join back. Hello, ma'am. Is it better now?
Oh, we can hear you definitely. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Is it better?
Please go on, Rohit.
Yes, ma'am. So I'd like to thank Nirmiti. Thank you for such a lovely introduction. Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Good evening to one and all present over here. That is indeed an honor to have been given this opportunity to share my experience, my professional journey, especially considering the ink on my graduation certificate hasn't fully dried yet. The Department of Mass Media at Nagindas Khandwala College has always been generous in providing opportunities to students like myself to learn, to grow and explore. It is with the constant motivation of Madam Principal Dr. Mrs. Ansi Jose, Madam Vice Principal Dr. Mona Mehta, Department Coordinator Professor Preeti ma'am, Preeti Rao ma'am, and incredible teachers like Nelson Daniel sir, Sonali ma'am, Ninoshka ma'am, who's not present right now, but I miss her. And the reason why I miss her is because throughout my graduation years, she was one of our professors who lifted our spirits and she taught us really well. And because of these professors, I find myself strong enough to face the challenges of the professional world. While the institute provided me with the necessary momentum, I would be directionless without the strict seniors and the love and generosity of the alumni community. Now, I'd like to talk about the poster. When I saw the poster and I saw my name on it, there was something written below the name, that the journey of a student, from a student to an actor. Now, I don't think that I've become an established actor as yet, but I think I'm walking on the path. I'm just here to share my journey, the challenges that I faced, and what I learned from them. So, I come from a family of academicians. My father, Dr. Muhammad Kaleem Zia, is a scholar of Urdu, Persian, and Arabic literature and has served as the Dean of Jamia Millia Islamia University and has also served as the principal of Ismail Yusuf College, Jogeshwari. He's got more than 22 publications to his name. He's a well-known, renowned writer. And I think I'm fortunate enough to have been, born in a family like this. My mother, Mrs. Afsana Begum Muhammad Kaleem Zia, she's a scholar of Urdu as well. She's a scholar of Urdu literature and serves as the education officer in the state government of Maharashtra in the education department. Now, to say that I grew up in an environment of literature, poetry, and art would be a fair assessment of my childhood. I was introduced to Persian theatre at a very young age and have been mesmerized and intrigued with the performing arts since I was 8 years old. My parents have ever been so supportive of my ventures in the performing arts. Now, to be fair with you, I'm an actor and singer, and let me tell you one thing, acting and singing, or any performing art for that matter, is difficult. It's hard. it is to encapsulate, ingest, assimilate the director's vision, and then be able to project it faithfully to the audience is only half the story. To be able to make money while doing so is, I think, the other half. While I'm not a multimillionaire superstar as yet, I am fortunate enough to be able to make a career out of something that I love doing. The first thing that I learned ever since I was a kid, thanks to the upbringing of my parents, was it was very important for an artist to be sociable. If you are not social, I think a large portion of my work today comes from the connections that I made while I was still in college. College, as in this was my second degree. My second degree was at Nagindas Khandwala College. My first degree was in BSc chemistry from the college Kishan Chand Chelaram. So I think most of my connections today that I have are from my previous college, Nagindas Khandwala, and KC College as well. So I made these contacts while I was still in college, while I was performing, while I was doing live shows. This is where the struggle of the struggling actor comes into picture. If we look at the economics of performing arts, it is what we could call an unorganized sector for more reasons than one. Always follow the morals of honesty, punctuality, humility, generosity to ensure that you are always organized, that you never go out of work. We have all heard the stories of nepotism, casting couch, and everything in the mainstream media. With this in mind, remember to keep your dignity, know your worth, and do not settle for anything less. Now, it is true, it is very much true that I have been rejected from several projects for myriad reasons. It is also true that I rejected many projects because I felt that they were below my dignity. It's as simple as that. The performing arts are, in fact, a science, be it learning the nuances of Hindustani classical music or expressing micro expressions while performing a small scene. A true performer is an eternal student of the science of his art. Now, having been introduced to Urdu and Persian poetry at a very young age really helped me open my mind to finer philosophies of life, thanks to my parents. I would encourage you to do the same. Go out there, learn something new. Here is something that a mentor of mine shared something about Mr. Shah Rukh Khan. We all love him, don't we? We love him from the bottom of our hearts. Now, why is he so famous, or why does he have that charisma? In SRK's Mannat, there is a whole flow that's just dedicated to his studies and library. Now, it's not just SRK. Or take an example of Anurag Kashyap, take an example of Sir Nasiruddin Shah, Ratna Patak Shah. These are just few people who constantly study their craft. So my appeal to my fellow artists, performing artists, is to constantly keep learning, not only what's taught in the curriculum, but also topics beyond. Now, since I'm an actor, I'm going to be talking about my struggle. If that's fine, let's talk about the struggle itself. I landed my first advertisement in the year 2016. This advertisement was like my first project. So it was the adrenaline rush within me was way too much. This ad was for the motor company called Datsun. They were launching a new car called Datsun Ready Go. And it was a very small part in that ad. I even got paid for it. I think I got 2,000 rupees for it. It was a moment of success for me. But I talked about the adrenaline rush. Once the adrenaline dried up, reality dawned upon me. You see, it had taken me more than 35 auditions to land one job, one acting job, which meant if I wanted to make 20,000 a month through acting, I would have had to appear for or go for 350 auditions or more than them, which, if you calculate, more than 10 auditions per day. Fortunately, though, in my haste to make these analyses, I forgot to account for a very important variable. that is self-improvement. It doesn't matter much what you do during your audition, but what you do when you are not auditioning. That's very important. I think most of the actors, most of the performers don't like to perform much if they are not prepared enough. I spent that time working on theater projects. I started directing, I was acting, I was producing, I was making new music, I was learning Indian classical music, I was teaching Indian classical music, teaching even theater. I only realized the benefits when during the COVID lockdown, I gave 50 auditions. This is a fact. I gave 50 auditions, or I think even more than 50 auditions, and I landed 4 jobs. Now, if you calculate it with previous numbers, or if you compare, this is about 300% increase in job landing efficiency. During the struggle phase, support yourself financially, physically, mentally, emotionally by using supplementary skills. For me, it was singing, Indian classical singing. I was introduced to Indian classical music when I was 9 years old. My eldest brother would listen to Nusrat Sahab day in and day out. He would listen to him day in and day out. And every time I would fall asleep, he would play such Sufi songs and I would fall asleep by listening to them. So he kept on feeding that kind of music to me unknowingly, unintentionally. And it was there at the back of my mind after I started learning Indian classical music. So that really helped. A call center job, while giving me more money, would have taken me away from performing arts, stage, music, and everything, because it's a greater responsibility. Now, how do you improve yourself constantly? It's very simple. I think one of the speakers talked about 10,000 hours. Now, it is very much true. It's very simple. You have to improve through practice, constant practice. Now, the concept of 10,000 hours comes into picture when you devote 10,000 hours of your life to something, and if you start at the age of 5 or 7, by the time you are 20 to 25, those 10,000 hours, if you've put in 10,000 hours of work, they get over by the age of 25 or 27. Now, that's the time when your actual struggle starts, because now you've studied the art really well. So the 10,000 hours are applicable only if you want to study the art, to be able to understand only a drop of it if art is an ocean. We all can tell the difference between a man who has had a little alcohol and a man who is completely drunk. So I request to all my fellow performing artists, imitate or observe. When you are not acting, observe. When you are not singing, listen. When you are not dancing, it can be any form of art. Observe. If you don't observe, you will never be able to imbibe those qualities within you. Now, first is observation. It's like this is your sensory organ, your eyes, you observe, let it churn over here. And then practice. Churning is not practice, then practice. And then present it. Out of those 10 minutes that you present, I think 2 minutes out of those 10 minutes will be something that is new. That is something that you did not copy or you did not imitate. Along with this mental exercise, one needs to be aware and take care of their physical health. Regular exercise and healthy food is all you need. There's not a need to spend thousands, tens of thousands, on designer diets, on gyms and memberships. It is really not important. You can do calisthenics at home. You can do power yoga. You can do yoga. You can do what not at home. And you can learn new art form. So when I realized, when I was 10 or 12 years old, I realized that I had this voice, that I could sing a little. And eventually I started singing in my school years. And then if everyone would praise me, everyone would want me to sing more. And I was, I think, on the 9th cloud, thinking that I'm such a good singer. Oh my God. This is where you need to learn how to manage ego. As an artist, you need to be able to manage your ego. I talked about dignity, but at the same time, you need to learn how to manage your ego. Well, then I started looking for a teacher, look for mentors. Like I always say to my performing artists, to my friends, to my colleagues, look for mentors. I started looking for mentors. I went to different places. I even went to different cities to see if I can find a teacher. And then finally, I met my Sir Nitin Sampath. He's my guru in music. And he made me sit every day with him when I started. And I was under the impression that I knew music. But when I started learning from him, I realized that it was my ego that was getting boosted all this while because of all the praise and everything. When I started, he would make me sit at 6 a.m. in the morning. I used to travel from Worli to Churni Road, and I used to go to his place at 6 a.m., sometimes even at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. He made me sit for several months. I think 8 months. We would sit every day. I would see him teach to my seniors. I would see him sing compositions for my seniors, but he would never teach me. He would make me sit there. And every now and then I would get frustrated and I would ask him, "Sir, why aren't you teaching me? I want to learn." And he would ask me one simple question: "Do you really want to learn?" I said, "Yes, sir." I would say, "Yes, sir. I genuinely want to learn. That's why I've been coming here." And with all due respect, I made sure that I paid the fees and everything. I come on time. I try to manage my work along with singing. After 8 or 9 months, he made me sit in front of him and he said, "Today you cleared one exam." I had no clue. I did not have any clue. He said, "This was your test of patience, how badly you wanted to learn music." And a lot of you might think that I wasted 9 months of my life, but in reality, I learned what's the most valuable skill in my arsenal: patience. So you need to have your dignity. You need to realize that you're not too egoistic. You're not too overwhelmed by your own performances, and you have patience. And then my journey began in Indian classical music. And all those 9 months, I made sure that I listened to all the compositions that he taught to my seniors. And he never taught me those compositions because I think somewhere in his heart, he knows that when I listened to all those compositions for such a long time, it got fed in my subconscious mind. And now I know those compositions. Those are really hard compositions. And these are compositions, this matter, Indian classical matter, it is something that you don't find in books. It is only through a mentor that you get to learn. And I learned all those things without even realizing that I learned. During lockdown, a lot of us had difficult times, and we had mental breakdowns. I myself had mental breakdown. Not once, I think multiple times. Because as a performing artist, I'm mostly like a freelancer. Recently, a friend of mine, I visited to his place, and then he said, "My mother wants to meet you and she wants to talk to you." And his mother asked me one simple question: "What do you do, Rohib?" I said, "I am an actor and a singer. I teach Indian classical music and I act in ad films, and I'm a struggler." She said, "Okay, that's good. That's good. What all ads have you worked in? What all acting projects did you bag? And what do you sing? Could you please sing?" And then after the conversation got over, she said, "You still did not answer my question, Rohit. What do you do for a living?" And that was the time I realized getting into such an unconventional field is very difficult because of the perception of people of art. How people perceive art is very different than how artists perceive art. So I think it gets difficult at times, and at times like lockdown specifically, you don't have work. So what do? You have patience. You need to understand that if it has to work out, it'll work out. But when it works out, make sure you are ready. A lot of you might have seen me in Bandish Bandits. So the first scene, I hope I'm not exceeding the time limit, am I?
No, Rohit, we are spellbound by what you are speaking. Please continue.
So the first scene of Bandish Bandits is when I am singing that one composition, and I'm giving a tough time to the guy who's in lead. Now, very few people, or only my inner circle, knows that I used to practice those compositions before the shoot the entire night. I used to practice it I used to practice. I think 4 or 5 compositions were given to me, and they had told me that out of these 4 compositions, I think we'll take only one. So I did not even have a clue which composition they were going to take. So and these are advanced level classical songs. So I used to practice them day in and day out, day in and day out. And when I went to the set, the director approached me and he said, will you be able to pull it off in one take? Because there's this one master shot. When they take only one master shot, then they take close-ups. Close-ups are really easy. They're easy. You can cheat in close-ups. Like you can start at a particular line, and if you are not comfortable, you can stop there. They'll cut or, they'll change the camera angle. This is how it works in ads as well. But the master shot, only few people can pull it off in one take. And I was very nervous because in front of me there was the guy who, is renowned for theater and theater productions, Sir Nasiruddin Shah. And I had to do that take in front of him. And the director asked me, I know, see, it's very difficult for you to, it's very difficult for almost all the actors to act in front of Nasir, sir. Will you be able to pull it off? And I'm so grateful for that opportunity. And I'm so grateful for the fact that I was able to pull off the master shot in one take. After the shot got over, Sir Anand Tiwari sir, who's the director of the web series, he introduced me to Nasir sir, and I was shivering. I was literally shivering. And Nasir sir hugged me first, and then he said, "Where are you from? Please tell me something about you." And then I gave him a brief introduction because I was shivering. I did not know. I think I was fumbling a lot. I did not fumble in front of the camera, luckily, but I started fumbling in front of him. And then he said, Rohib, one thing that I think your co-actors did not notice, but I did during the scene, you were actually singing those compositions. Even though you were asked to do lip sync, you could have just just done a lip sync. You could have done a lip sync, but you were singing. I said yes, sir, because that would have brought out the if I hadn't done that, it wouldn't have brought out the actual emotion that I was feeling. Lucky for me, I've been learning Indian classical. And he said, this is rare. Now, one piece of advice that I would like to give you is make sure when opportunities like these knock on your door, you are ready. For this opportunity, you are over prepared, you are very much ready, but make sure you will get bigger opportunities. If you keep on struggling, if you are, honing your craft, if you are constantly learning. And for the longest time, if you don't get any work, don't be upset. Because when the opportunity strikes, you should be ready. If you aren't, it's the end of your career. And by the end of your career, he did not mean that I will not get acting projects. It's the end of my hustle. It's the end of my hard work. Then I'll probably become complacent. And that's the biggest piece of advice that I've ever received. And I think that helped me get through lockdown, get through my mental breakdowns. And that's how I learn every day. I'm still learning, and I will keep on learning till I'm alive. Thank you so much. This was my segment. I really hope that somebody took something from this segment for their struggle, for their personal struggle, for their personal lives. And even if a single person took something from this speech, I think my job over here is done. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone for this opportunity. Thank you, Sonali ma'am. Thank you, Nirmiti Thakkar. Thank you every single person who has a lot of spit and grit into putting up this event. And last but not the least, thank you to the Karta Dharta of BMM, Professor Preeti Rao. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure, and I think I will never forget this experience. I will never. Thank you so much. Also, one more thing. I'm really sorry, Nirmati. I would love it if people ask me questions with respect to acting, music. I'm pretty sure everyone over here has a lot of questions.
We do have a few questions, so I would like to go ahead with it.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so the very first question is from Manan Gandhi.
Okay.
And he asks, what tips would you like to give an artist who is caged in something he doesn't love and wants to come out of it?
So it could be a professional job. It could be academics. I'd like to give you an example. Firstly, Manan, thank you so much. I know Manan personally, so he's a very nice junior and very hardworking. I'd like to give you an example. I recently came across this student. He wanted to learn Indian classical music from me. And he said he's pursuing engineering. He's from Rajkot. And he said he thinks engineering is like, they're like shackles and he wants to leave engineering. Now, if you think education is something like that, then I'd like to tell you without education, you don't have anything. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not talking about a secure job. I'm talking about an experience. The opportunities that you get mostly come from your college years. Like I said, most of my contacts that I am in touch with right now, they're from my college. And they themselves got into acting, production, behind the camera, in front of the camera. So that, but if it is something not related to academics, Manan, then make sure you manage your time. Preeti ma'am always taught us in the class, outside the class, during festivals, manage your time. If that takes, say, 1/3 of your time, 1/3 as in 8 hours of your day, it's good. It's good. Okay. But what matters is what you do in the 2/3 of your time. Even if you devote 45 minutes to your art a day, there will be a time that 45 minutes will turn into, those 45 minutes will turn into 55 minutes without you knowing about it. And you have to live those 55 minutes. And that will help you get through that cage. I'm not saying escape the cage. Become so well known or understand the art to such an extent that your knowledge becomes bigger, 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 and then it breaks the cage. Don't escape the cage. The cage was put in there, or you were put in a cage for a purpose. There's a purpose to everything. So be able to break the cage. And that's when you will probably be in a bigger cage. And then you will have the capacity, the space in the cage is the capacity for you to grow. The only answer to this is growth. Determine your goal, or figure out what makes you grow, and keep doing it for the rest of your life, like I do. I still go back to my previous scripts. I still go back to my previous lessons, and I read them. I practice them every day, even if they are very basic. Even if they are very basic, do that. So yeah, that's the answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's one more question. Maybe it would be nostalgic for you, but any of your stage show that, have taught you a lot and you have actually implemented these things in your life, and one thing that is very close to your heart. So about the stage show or something like that.
About the stage show. Okay. So, when an artist performs on stage, there's no time for preparation on stage. Now there was this, I'd like to talk about Nagindas Khandwala's Fest Symphony. I think that was the only year for me in Nagindas Khandwala that I bagged almost all the events that I participated in. And I was fortunate enough to have been given that opportunity at Symphony. So in one of those events, there was this improvisation event. I was given the topic on the spot. Now, how do you prepare for that? It was a lovely experience. I managed to bag that prize as well. But it wasn't really about the prize. It was about those 5 minutes that I lived on stage. And I played a husband. The character demand was a husband who is fighting with his wife. And I think I improvised that entire scene, and it made everyone laugh, and it made me laugh on stage. That was the most memorable performance for me, because you don't get to prepare on stage. You don't. So that is one memory that I always cherish. Every now and then I think about it, and it's good, but I don't let it get to me. I don't get too overwhelmed as I think about it. So yeah, I have to bag many such events. Yeah.
Now the question is for the writer Rohib. So it's as a writer, how do you overcome writer's block?
Observe. When you don't write, observe. When you don't write, read. I read my father's books. I didn't tell much about him because I think I was supposed to talk about my struggle and everything. But recently there was a, writers ranking in Texas. So he was ranked, I think, third all over the world in terms of Urdu literature. So I like to read his stuff. But when I talk to him about this, that I have a writer's block and I don't know if I read your ghazals, if I read your poetry, I might get only those ideas. That is a bigger block. If I read some other person's work, I'm reading their work, so I get those thoughts. So this is where observation comes into picture. This is what he taught me. This is where observation comes into picture. You can make a poetry out of a guitar. You can talk about a guitar in a third person's perspective. So when you get into that block, either you read, if you can manage to get out of that block while reading, perfect. But if you can't, there's another way out. Write about things that people can't even think of. I would write about a laptop. I recently wrote a poem. It's called Charkha. So I write in Brij Bhasha, Urdu and Hindi, and also in English, but I prefer writing in Brij Bhasha because that has got a poetic taste to it. So, no offense to other languages. So, yeah, it's called Charkha. You know what Charkha means? Charkha is a tire, rubber tire. I wrote about rubber tire, and this was a duration, I think, during lockdown when I did not know what to write. I was in a mental block, writer's block. And it came out really well. Obviously, it took me a couple of weeks to, write it and examine it, whether the calculations were correct, whether there's something called as a ghazal's calculation. You need to be able to understand it's a meter, it's properly calculated. Every word has a proper distance or a gap, or not in terms of writing. When you speak it, when you read it out loud. So I had to make sure that it was proper. And after like 2.5 weeks, I was able to, publish it or release it on the internet. So it was about charkha, it was about a tire. People usually write about love, breakups, or experiences, but why not write about an object? I'm currently working on something called as it's a narrative poetry. It's about a pencil. What do you think a pencil talks about? A pencil's biggest enemy is a sharpener. But then she can't live without him. So it's like a positive and a negative relationship. Just imagine the relationship. It's a metaphorical relationship. You are giving life to an object. That's when you help yourself come out of the writer's block. And that's when you enter the realm of writing. I think increase your realm of writing and you will come out of that block.
I think this is really very inspiring and motivating for all the people who have their writer's block. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are really very happy and thankful to have you here.
Thank you so much. It was such a lovely pleasure. Also about the music segment, I think I request everyone to come back at 5:30 if I'm not wrong. 5:40.
Yes.
I'll be presenting a small song for everyone, for all the strugglers, for all the people who think performing arts is their thing and they want to get into it. Yeah.
You're singing for us also, Roheb. Yes. We are also struggling in our own worlds, It's not just young people who struggle. We are all, I think, it's all about, finding our way at whichever age we belong to. And we are all looking forward to hearing you, Roheb.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And it come be the
And Roheb, I really want to add before Nelson sir thanks you, like the Roheb I met, like a medical examination ke liye aana, grade card lene aana, and the Roheb I see now. Great transformation. I told ma'am also, like really I saw a different avatar of yours. Like when I first met you, Rao sir told me about you, like how you have left your BSc ka course because you're so passionate about acting. And really, like I can see that passion, and you are superb as an actor, and carry on as it is. Like all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Roheb, there's a message from Kavita Shah, ma'am, also. It is a wonderful, blessed feeling that I'm experiencing right now. God bless Roheb.
Thank
So
you.
that's a message from Dr. Kavita Shah.
Thank you,
So,
Kavita, ma'am.
a
Thank you so
lot
much.
of love is pouring your way, Roheb. And I still remember you from 304 walking in late with that hairband of yours. And now the Roheb there, all tied down, if you please. So, yes. Okay, I'm handing over the session to Nelson.
Preeti, I would like to convey my blessings to Roheb.
Oh, please,
Yeah.
I'm just reading out your message to him.
Yeah, because when Sonali was saying, I was remembering the same Roheb. I know your struggles, beta. Do well, and life takes its toll. But then we have to be standing firm, Roheb. And all the best, dear. Do well, and you will shine. You will shine. You are doing wonderful work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you.
Wonderful feeling to have you talking to us. And hearty congratulations to BMM also, dear children. And the guidance of Preeti ma'am, Nelson sir, Sonali ma'am. You are doing a wonderful work with this arrangement of so many good speakers for us. Thank you so much. And God bless Rohib. Do well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Feel so blessed that Dr. Kavita Shah, voiced her, not only is here with us, but she expressed her feelings. And we feel so special, Dr. Kavita Shah, that you could do this for us today.
My pleasure, Preeti. Completely my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Nelson sir, over to you. And by the way, to all our listeners on YouTube, Dr. Kavita Shah is our coordinator and she handles 3 different departments in the college, and that's no mean task. She's the coordinator of BAF, BBI and BFM. So it's such a pleasure that Dr. Kavita Shah found the time to be with us today.
Thank you,
Sir, over to you.
Rohib, thank you very, very much. Rohib, when you were talking, some of my, observations and introspections that I would want to share with you. First of all, Rohib, heartiest congratulations to you for being the debut speaker from NKBMMC from Montage.
Thank you so much, sir.
You are the first student ever who is coming to Montage from BAMMC, NK College, and giving such an inspiring speech. Apart from that, I was, when you were giving your conversations, giving your, sharing your experiences, I was constantly remembering the first day that you had in the college till the 3rd year. So many experiences that we have had with you, me and Preeti ma'am. And one of the most striking feature that I was, observing was that you constantly acknowledging your parents' immense role in your life. That is so very important, Rohib, and that is what the youngsters of today must know. That parents do have a very, very significant role to play in what you become tomorrow. And that has been one of the most striking features of your entire conversation. Really, really, I'm so happy for you. You are going to be a great personality, and Montage is going to surely have you back again.
I would love to. I would love to come back, sir. I'm never gonna forget this experience, and I would want more of it every year.
And Preeti ma'am, I know how proud she is today, okay, because we are extremely proud to have our own student back to Montage and sharing such wonderful experiences. We are really overwhelmed, extremely happy. And, Preeti ma'am, every year I say to the FIS and TYs when I teach them, one of you should come back to Montage and be a speaker. And today is the day that dream is getting fulfilled, Preeti ma'am. I am so proud to be a part of NKBMMC. That students are coming back and sharing your lovely experiences, inspiring all of us to dream more, to aspire more, and to reach higher and higher in life. All the best to you, Rohit, from NKBMMC. The college is proud of you. MC ma'am, the management, all teachers are extremely proud at this moment to see you going from leaps and bounds, and may you achieve more and more in life. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Over to you, the host.
Thank you so much, sir. And right now, I would say that indeed, that our entire college is proud of Rohib. and I'm sure I've shared a few more memories with him as well. And just wishing him all the very best, and just
Thank you
do
so
it.
much,
I know
Vikas.
you're
Thank you so much.
just so much.
I remember the day I met Vikas for the first time. Preeti ma'am introduced me to Vikas, and she said, "Rohib, he's such a lovely performer. Why don't you guys talk a little, and why don't you introduce him to the entire department and tell him how to get into performing?" And the next thing I know, I just had a couple of we exchanged a couple of words, and the next thing I know, he's going places and bagging personality contest, bagging this prize, bagging this and that, and he is all over the place. So I think, Vikas, you are a gem, and I feel so grateful that I met you during my college years. And we have a long way to go, man. We'll surely work on something. And I think not just you, every single person, like I said, all my contacts come from my college years. So I would love to work with all my juniors, my classmates, and everybody. So love to. It's a lovely experience to have being given this opportunity. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you once again, Rohib. Now it's time to move to the next segment. And I'm sure that you all must be excited for this one, because it was something we did have a talk of a few time ago. So it's time for a captivating performance, which we are going to present. The dashing trio of our department with a mashup of some amazing tunes and raps. So presenting to you the very talented artists from our BAMMC family, Ankur Joshi, Urvish Joshi, and Hitar Jani. Over to you guys.
Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la 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 le oh. Ooh la 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 le oh. Ooh la 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 oh le oh. Ooh la 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 le oh. Ooh la 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 le oh. Ooh la 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 oh le oh.
We go turmeric, nahi cosmetic. We go turmeric, Ayurvedic cream.
Nirma, Nirma. Washing powder, Nirma. Washing powder, Nirma. Washing powder, Nirma. दूध सी सफेदी निरमा से आई, रंगीन कपड़ा भी खिल खिल जाए, सबकी पसंद निरमा निरमा. Kiss me, close your eyes and miss me. Close your eyes, I can read your lips on your fingertips. I can feel your smile come on my lips, and happiness in your eyes. Kiss me, close your eyes and miss me. Asli masale sach sach, MDH MDH. Vicks की गोली लो, खिच खिच दूर करो.
दिल धीरे धीरे धड़के आ, छूने को है आगाज, सफर पे जाने का बढ़ने का. इतना है हौसला, मिटना फासला, मंजिलें मिल ही जाना है. वो ख्वाबों से आगे जाना है. हमी से तो उम्मीदें, हमी से तो दिलासा, हमी पे है निगाहें, हमी पे तो
The medley of these jingles have definitely, taken us to the memory lane. And now introducing the next guest for the day. 20 years ago, he started his career as a cartoonist with Ram Mohan Studios and Jam magazine for around a year and then was attracted to digital medium. He spent over 18 years with Hangama, where he found his love in digital and has worked on several award winning campaigns for clients like Mahindra, Singapore Tourism, Johnson Tiles, Bajaj, Coke, and the list goes on. He's a learner at heart and believes that the learning process never ends. I would now request the IT team to please play the video.
So to one and all present here, let's hear it up and welcome our next guest, Mr. Nishant Patil. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vikas, and thank you, Nirmiti, for the introduction. Hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, perfectly well.
Cool. So again, thank you, NKBMM for this opportunity for me to. They've got me on board, and thank you for the opportunity. Basically, so yeah, I'll just start with the whole digital journey. So basically, how it all has started is take the pandemic as an example. While advertising, when you take advertising into consideration, it's always the traditional medium that comes first onto your mind. And, digital is always given like a backseat. कि yeah, ठीक है, digital कर लेंगे कुछ तो पहले online, पहले mainline crack करते हैं and then digital कर लेंगे. So, that's the kind of approach that has always been there through years, And somewhere the pandemic has taught us that digital plays a very important role in advertising, because during the pandemic newspapers were all shut. There were no mediums of reaching to people, because newspapers they have a wide reach, because you just place an ad and it reaches people. So pandemic that was not possible because everything was shut. Newspapers, actually the newspaper business had a huge hit, and brands had to cut down their marketing budgets, and serious things happened during the pandemic, and that taught us a lot of things. And digital was the only medium that survived, and brands realized that ignoring digital is no more a choice, and they had to put their hands onto digital, because everything is shut. People are looking for news sources on their mobile phones, on their devices, on TV. So that's how digital came up. And so we've been always fighting with the mainline agencies, saying that you guys always underestimate digital, and that's what kind of I got attracted to that medium because of that. Because one, it's a very dynamic medium. Things can change at your wish, and that's what clients take advantage of. So even so, what happens in print, when you do a print ad, it's done and dusted. You can't change anything after that, after it's printed. But on digital, that's not the case. If you've done a creative which goes live, if there's a problem, if there's an error, if there's a targeting mismatch, everything can be corrected on the go. So that's why that's why I love digital. And I've just put one of the biggest case studies in my career about all of how digital played an important role. So just to give you an example, Mahindra, we got an opportunity while I was in Hungama, not Hungama, Hungama TV, this is Hungama.com. And then we had a Hungama Digital Services wing. So while I was working at Hungama, we got an opportunity to work with Mahindra in 2011, and they were working on a project. They were working on a vehicle which is the XUV 500, which was like a game changer for them. And in 2011, that XUV 500 had a huge following even before the release. People were crazy about there's something coming up by Mahindra. Because auto blogs were covering all the updates on the vehicle, because it was going to be a very feature heavy car and all the works inside it. So people were following that, and an Indian company thinking of this scale was completely crazy, and people were like pagalo jaise. They were following the whole production of the vehicle and the updates on the vehicle. So Mahindra usually used to launch all their vehicles through traditional media. And fortunately, I've got an opportunity to work with my creative director, Carlton De Silva, who had a brilliant vision about digital. And he managed to convince Mahindra that, let's not do traditional for this launch. Let's go all out and do digital completely. So yeah, just to give you a background about XUV 500, that was an car. Can you just move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So the whole car, you see the cheetah in the reflection. The whole car was built on a cheetah inspiration look. So even the handles had like a paw-shaped handle look. The grill had something like the cheetah teeth. So all those things, even the body had the kind of the cheetah shape. That's why you see those bumps near the wheels of the car. So they called it a cheetah inspired vehicle. So if you look back at the history, all their vehicles have been inspired by some of the other animal. So even they've got engines named as the M-Hawk engine, which is again an inspiration from the bird. So this was the cheetah inspired car, and then we had to get the whole thing out, the whole cheetah element out, and also we had to plan a digital activity around this. So what we did is, we told Mahindra that we'll do a teaser for you, and that was not and I'm very proud that way back in 2011 we did a digital launch at that time. That was a very big thing, and we won many awards for this. Going on to the next slide. Yeah. So what we did is, we covered the whole vehicle and we shot all the various angles, and then we opened it up to people, saying that you need to click on the parts on the vehicle, and the maximum clicks will open up the vehicle. So many people, we had huge number of site visits. People were just dying to see what's under the cover. So they all started clicking, and every week we used to change the angle of the car without revealing the actual vehicle. And on the day of the reveal, we got, at the same time, we got people from the Mahindra top management who were part of building this whole car, like the automotive engineer and everyone. We got them to speak about the car and the features. We even got auto enthusiast to come and speak about and reveal a small feature portion of the car. And then at the the day of launch, we got the user to, they could actually pull the whole cover and discover the car for themselves. Coming up to the next slide. Yeah. Because the car had a lot of fan following from around 2 years, there was a crazy demand of the car, and we decided to do like a lucky draw for the car. This had never happened in the history of Indian automobiles. So we had a lucky draw where around 25,000 people came online, paid an particular amount for the car, and only 7,200 people got a chance to actually get their hands on the XUV. So that was like a huge thing. We had to actually seeing the response. We had to pull down the lucky draw in the first day, because it could not take that amount of heavy traffic on that particular day. So we had to make some changes and then re-upload the stuff. But we had around 25 to 30,000 people inquiring about the XUV and were interested in buying it. So that was like a very I can say a very iconic thing that happened in the history of Mahindra also, and in the history of Indian automobiles. Then again, while we did this, as part of sustenance, when the car was very familiar with people had bought it, we still wanted to, the line was create memorable stories, and that's why we thought of, getting, there's this company called as Indian Film Festival, which does films in 24 hours. So we tied up with them. We picked up directors who can just quickly shoot a story and come up with films, which again helped us, reach out to people saying that interesting stories, right from horror to romance to comedy. So we had a lot of entries from there. We did that exercise. Coming on to the next slide. Yeah, I would like you to play this video. Just before this video, I'll just speak about this and then we can just play this video. So Auto Expo happens once in every 2 years, and it happens in Delhi, the Indian Auto Expo, and it's a huge thing. And since the whole car was inspired by a cheetah, we thought of bringing the cheetah to people with the car. So you guys must have heard of augmented reality. So we used that as an medium to communicate, and there, people, you can just go through the video now, just play it. The sound is not on. Yeah, it is. So yeah, so that was the whole experience that we got to the people at Auto Expo, and that won us a lot of awards. In fact, that year we also won the Agency of the Year award because of mainly because of Mahindra and also because of the other clientele work done. So yeah, thank you, Preeti ma'am. So yeah, it all depends on the client also, because the client plays a very important role in this, because Mahindra gave us a complete free hand to go out there and experiment. In your life, you might get clients who won't give you that kind of freedom, or just stick to what I've told you. You've got clients like those too, but you should never stop proposing your ideas, or it should not hold you back. You should always try pushing whatever comes to your mind in terms of how you can take that brand forward. And Mahindra thankfully gave us that whole free hand to actually go ahead and do stuff. Later in 2017, again, Auto Expo came up, and then we were thinking of what we can do. And internet is a bank, is a library. There's you can draw a lot of inspiration from what you see online. So as a as a reference to all of you, whatever you look at on the internet and is very interesting, and you think ye aage jaake kidhar kaam aayega, start making those kind of categorized folders. For example, if you're interested into food, if you see anything that is innovative into the food thing, start putting those things in those specific folders and start saving that work, because that's going to help you in your future, even while you're proposing ideas. Even when you join in a new workplace as a fresher, you've already seen that, and then you can just go ahead and confidently build on that idea and propose a new idea. So always start doing that kind of referencing. In 2017, in 2016, again, what happened is we had to do something at the Auto Expo for the whole Mahindra vehicle range. And I was just surfing the internet, and I just came across a video which had, I can say a poor guy, and he was entertaining a kid. And that guy, this was based in the US, I guess. And that guy had made a transformer car, and that car was just like a car, but when he just opened up, we got to know that he was a man. So that kid was ekdam zapped with what he saw, and that's what got me to let's do this kind of an activity at the Auto Expo. We got in touch with a dance group. They fabricated the whole vehicle. I don't know if you can pull out the link, but I'll surely put the link in the chat box later. And we managed to do like a whole anthem and a transformer skit for them, like just like a 10-minute where we had normal dancers, and those transformers just they were as vehicles first, and then they got into the whole human figure action, and they started dancing, and then got back to the vehicle position. So this was also proposed, and the Mahindra guys were like zapped, because they never thought that we could come up with such things, and that's the kind of freedom that the client also gave us. So learnings is never hold on to your ideas, even if the client is very adamant saying that jitna aapko bola gaya utna hi karo, utna to karo hi, but over and above, keep pushing new ideas to them so that they start believing in you. So that's one thing. Then again, I don't have the other case study here, but I'll speak about this. We had Singapore Tourism Board with us, and we had won the social media mandate for 3 years. So apart from social media, we used to cover all their events, and at their events, we wanted to do something innovative again, which people could take back, because the whole thing was passion made possible was their tagline. And they had Mazgao Dock, Sassoon Dock. They tied up with street art, which is this group of people who go around and paint, do these wonderful illustrations across buildings, huge, larger than life illustrations. You should look at their work. So they tied up with them, and they transformed Sassoon Docks. Sassoon Docks is basically a very you might know that place, famous for fishes and stinks a lot, but that art made it very interesting. And Singapore tourism had their whole event out there, which covered tourism, which covered entertainment, which covered music, and the art side of it also. They had artists from Singapore who came down and played as DJs, made art installations. So all those things also happened. At the same time, we also had to do something innovative. So we prepared a kind of a kit, an origami kit, where the merlion is very famous at in Singapore. So what we did is, so there are 2-3 things. One are the shop houses, which are like famous, the traditional shop houses. Then there's chili crab, which is like a famous dish, a must-have if you've been to Singapore. And then there's the merlion. So what we did is, we created these origami, do-it-yourself kits, which people could come and assemble, and a 3D like structure origami model was created. And then we took that and we shot that all over Sassoon Docks. Just as, if you come there, you'll get the kit kind of a thing. And that also won us an award. The client was very happy, that saying that, you guys are not just digital, but you also thought of getting an offline angle to the whole event. So that was, we had a QR code on the whole origami model, where you click on it and you get more information about the merlion, facts about Singapore. So you click on the QR code on the chili crab, you get to know the recipe, you get to know where all the chili crab is available in restaurants at Singapore. Shop houses, you get the history of the shop houses, these many years old, and currently there are so many shop houses in Singapore. So all that information we could drive digitally, and that was one case study we did. The client, while working, the client was very, I can say, they trusted us with a lot of things, and slowly they gave us, we got an opportunity to shoot for their, so what happened is, 10 years back, they had done an shoot with models, which they used in all their traditional media, in print and everything. So, and that contract got over. So luckily, they approached us saying that, are you open to doing a shoot? Because now we've got categories. They had done the shoot only with couples, but this time they wanted to open it up to millennials, to couples, to business people, to families. So, we got an opportunity to do an offline shoot with Singapore Tourism, and we took actors from here, and we flew down to Singapore, and we got the whole shoot done. And so in short, Hangama gave me a lot of experience, right from doing game illustrations to mobile, because mobile was just emerging in the early 2000s. And so there were these picture messages and these very pixelated graphics that used to be created. So I got an opportunity to work on that. So that evolution, I used to, I have a very passionate, I'm a passionate singer. So, music is a very integral part of me. So I got to work on music, that time ringtones and callback tunes were all into the trend. So I used to edit them, and so got a chance to work on illustrations, gaming, mobile, print, events, and then we came on to providing 360 solutions to clients for digital. So that's how that's the journey I've been through, and so yeah, that was all about the case studies. Later, somewhere in 2018-19, I got an opportunity to work with Make My Trip, and unfortunately, it was not planned well by the marketing team, but they had a very good property called as Knock Knock, where it was an online travel quiz show. So we had Purab Kohli and Gohar Khan, who were the hosts of the whole show, and there were around 50,000 people who came online to participate in that online quiz because they could obviously win packages, prizes. But yeah, that was a very good property, which unfortunately did not take off because of, as I said, they were not planned well from the marketing side. But yeah, that was a very good opportunity. Knock Knock was the whole name of the property. So again, there we thought of an idea where we could get Daya from, this is from which channel, which show, yeah. Kuch To Gadbad Hai. If you guys remember, there was this...
so CID.
CID, yeah. So, we got Daya to do like a launch for this. And what he did is, Daya ko hamesha darwaza todne ka aadat hai, right? So we got him to, he comes, he's very angry and he comes to the rescue point and he's about to break the door. But, at the same time, he says that hamesha darwaza todna zaruri nahi hai, and then he knocks on the door. And that's when he says, this time knock knock. And that's how we announced the whole property, and that took off. So so I've got a lot of thankfully I've got a lot of opportunity to work with a lot of mediums, and yeah, I think I've done a good job there. So yeah, that's one bit. So at the same time, I just want to say that as be a student all your life. Okay, whenever you join a new place, one, don't be very hesitant about talking about your ideas. Why I'm saying this, because I was, when I started off, पहले 4 साल तो मैं एकदम ऐसे शांत था एकदम. मैंने I used to never contribute my ideas, say thinking that कोई मजाक उड़ाएगा या नहीं ये एकदम फालतू आइडिया है. I used to doubt myself, but don't do that. Always be confident that to voice your idea. Kitna bhi chota hone do, there's always an opportunity to take that idea and make it bigger. So that is one. Again, communication is the other thing. Be very clear about whatever you communicate. And there's one thing that happens in advertising is you just mail what you have in mind, and English is such a language that you don't kind of understand the tone. So once you've written a mail, just don't assume that आपके भावनाओं को समझ जाएगा. Just pick up the call and speak to the person, because you will be dealing with a lot of people in the advertising agency, right from client servicing to copywriters to art directors to creative directors to business heads. So make sure that you're very clear in what you communicate and the tone is understood. The third thing is just be open to do anything that comes your way. So, I started off doing small banners, and then step by step, I saw what my colleagues are doing, started learning from them, and don't hesitate. कभी ऐसा मत सोचना कि यार मैं इसको पूछूंगा तो मेरा कुछ कम हो जाएगा. Never do that. Always be open to learn from others, because that will help you grow. And because as I said, I used to hesitate to talk. I used to hesitate to communicate my ideas, but I used to just sit and observe people. कि ये कैसे कर लेता है? Okay. And then slowly that confidence starts building. So, start doing that. Yeah, that's it from that bit. And just go to the next slide. I just take you through, while we were through the, I missed out on this, sorry. Just coming back to XUV, the car was so cheetah inspired that we actually went and, made a cheetah printed car, which was later on auctioned, and someone actually bought the car and they were riding it. So, things like this also happen. When you've got an idea, see to it that you've covered it in a very, from all the sides. Not only digitally nahi kar rahe, but we do all kinds of things. So luckily, wo time pe your AR filters and your Instagram filters were not out there. But if that was, we could have proposed that too. But moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So again, coming back to what. See, going forward, some of you might get into copy, some of you might get into client servicing. In advertising, in digital, all these roles are pretty much, I'll not say diluted, but there's an overlap. So, in some agencies, people who handle clients write copy. So there's not a copywriter who takes care of the copy, but in some agencies, the client servicing is only expected to do the copy bit and also serve the clients, also do reports, also present. So, that's like a thing. In some agencies, the copywriter does his own job and delivers the stuff. Most of the agencies, if you're a copy person, you will have a biggest challenge of communicating with designers. Because designers mostly come from, how do I put it? पढ़ाई करने में उनको ज़्यादा interest नहीं रहता, because so that's why they're very limited in terms of visualization. So I've been through agencies, and there are places where you actually need to spoon feed the graphic designer, saying that bhai ye aisa kar. This is the copy, this is the visual, this is the music track that you need to add, and this is the kind of execution that we want. So, you will have to do that kind of, be ready for that kind of spoon feeding also. So, when I said, come to ideas, don't stop yourself from ideas. We won awards for ideas that have been proposed by client servicing guys. Okay, so don't ऐसे मत सोचो कि ये मेरा काम नहीं है, मैं क्यों करूं. Never hold on to that. Even if you're into client servicing, or even if you're into copy or into design, and you think that this idea might help the brand or might help the business grow, go ahead and share that idea. So while we were all caught up in during the pandemic, and everyone, pandemic taught us a lot of new things. The biggest thing was we all had to work from home, and it was very difficult for us to communicate with our people, because most of our teammates were all placed remotely. किसी की electricity गई है, इसीलिए earphones नहीं चल रहे, तो फिर all those things had popped up, and even brands were trying to, people could not go out at that time. So we just collated these kind of references, and so in creative agencies, this happens on a weekly basis where the whole creative team gets together. There are brainstorming sessions on what's happening in the market, what are the new things that we can do, what we can do for current retainer clients, how we can grow our business apart from the retainer work we are doing. So all these kind of sessions happen almost on a daily basis, and there are weekly creative catch-ups that happen once, where we share what other brands are doing, and we try to boost and inspire people in our team to, at least this is the benchmark, try to achieve that. So during one of our sessions, I had just pulled out some of these references, and just look at this creative. This is by Volvo. There's no car, there's nothing. There's a smart line which says, right now, the safest place to be isn't in a Volvo. Moving on to the next slide. Here again, this was done by Oyo Rooms, I think. Yeah, move on to the next slide. So it says Manali, because you've got your AC high. Then they've see how smartly they've played with locations, and they've played with the current situation, and they know that people can't go out. So that's why they've said that bhai tu ek room se dusre room mein jayega, so treat that as your new destination. So that's why the bedroom, because your AC is on, that's why they've called it Manali. Or taking a shower, because Cherrapunji is known to have the highest rainfall. So that's why that feel. The next slide. Then again, Kodaikanal, because the people who've got their own terraces have their own plants around. Then again, Goa, because this is a funny bit, because in meetings, your top part is visible. You don't, so you're at the comfort of what you are at home. So that's why that whole Goa thing. And since it's all online, and you just need to be there, probably via audio, you can just be at your best. And that's why that's how they've depicted Goa. Yeah, move on to the next slide. Just play this, right? This is done by Jeep. So just look at this. Their whole idea was explore the great outdoors, was their campaign that they play, because it's a 4x4, right? You can ragdify your Jeep जैसे चाहिए वैसे किधर भी घुसा सकते हो, कैसे भी चला सकते हो. So that was the whole angle. But here, since you're all locked down at home, start doing your kitchen stuff and explore the great indoors. The next video. Again, they've taken, and if you look at this, this is the Jeep grill. Just zoom out a bit and take a look at it. Jeep is known for their 7 grill format, and those 2 circles are the headlights. So that's a very graphical depiction, and see how brilliantly they played with content here. So at the same time, the pandemic also has given us, creative geniuses bahar nikalne ka ek mauka diya hai. So many people have done some brilliant work out there. Moving on to the next slide. I think this is Jeep again. No, it's not playing. Yeah. Yeah, the next video. So again, these guys have taken actual insights of what was happening during the pandemic. People did not get a chance to go out, so they started gardening, they started cooking, they started reading. They've done activities that they never got time to do. And thank you to the pandemic, because थोड़ा self assessment के लिए भी time मिला and थोड़ा खुद के लिए भी time मिला, which is very important. At the same time, stress भी बहुत ज़्यादा था, because you're at home, you are available 24/7. So clients बोलते थे कि अरे घर पे ही हो ना, कर दो ना फटाफट, कितना टाइम जाएगा, ऐसे भी बोलने वाले clients हैं. So काफी कुछ सिखाया है pandemic ने, because when you're at office and when you switch off, you can tell the client that my designer or my copy person or my client servicing has just left, so ये कल ही होगा. But because of work from home, ये कल ही होगा वाला scene नहीं होता, because clients also know कि we can extract lot more than what we could in the physical world. Yeah, moving on to the next slide. Yeah, again some brilliant work done by someone. No, this is like a static. I guess the Saregama one was a video. Yeah. They again played on social distancing with the logo. Yeah, next. So this is again what Ogilvy did. ONM, which is like the biggest network agency in the world. They do some kick-ass work, and meetings that could be emails are now emails, because we tend to waste a lot of time traveling to meetings, और अपने client जाके उधर कुछ तो बकवास करेगा यार. ऐसा होता था कि there are times that अरे ये तो phone पे भी हो सकता था यार, तू इतना दूर क्यों बुलाया. And in Mumbai, traveling from one place to another is like a challenge. You waste a lot of time. So they happened to play on this, and they were promoting work from home, and a good take on work from home. Again, as creative people always give bahanas of coming late to work, saying that अरे यार बहुत traffic था, अरे यार late उठ गया, अरे कल मैं late तक काम कर रहा था इसलिए आज late आया. So all those kind of reasons come, and they always say because you are at home, you'll never be late for work. So next slide. Feel at home, literally. Again, because people were all remotely placed, they said that we have places all over, offices all over. So if you look at the treatment also, they've not either से vector उठाओ ये करो ऐसे, they've not done. This age is all about how minimally you can put across your ideas, and that's what goes viral at times, and you just immediately connect with that. अरे हाँ यार, इसमें तो graphic की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Probably ये I can say that this creative was probably made in a PPT format by one of the copywriters. You don't need a designer to do this, So just look at how easy digital is. Moving on to the next slide. Then they again started because the IPL was coming up, and IPL ये साल होने वाला नहीं है. So that's how they people connected with things. People were अपनी पुलिस सबको डंडा मारे थे, जो भी घर के बाहर निकल रहा था in the curfew, fatke pad rahe the unko. So Indian Police League, they had a take on IPL. Then the live that we wanted, but what we got, everyone was doing live sessions, right, from celebrities to your fitness, to nutritionists, even all our colleges and schools went online. So next slide. Yeah. Again, a very minimal approach. You always IPL देखने के time you just keep on chewing your nails saying that अरे कौन जीतेगा, but यहाँ पे because of wash your hands. See again, yeah, thank you Preeti ma'am. It is actually great copy because again look at the whole treatment. No design, very straight to the point, hits you right. कि अरे that connect is instant. अरे हाँ यार, never thought of this. The next slides. Foreigners are most welcome because IPL has a lot of foreigners. Again, because of the pandemic, foreigners quarantined, not allowed. That's why foreigners are not welcome. See how they've connected the runs, overs, the graphs with the cases and the days. Again, coming to the next slide. IPL, no one wants to leave house. And no one can leave house because of the whole pandemic situation. Next slide. Some believe it is rigged and some believe it is rigged because, we all had news that this was the whole Corona thing started from China and they wanted people to suffer. That's why, that's the connection there. And again, cricket and how they're eagerly waiting for the vaccine. So that connection is how they brought it out. Next slide, please. Yeah. So those were some of the examples of some brilliant work that came out during the lockdown. So the references that I put later on were not done by me, but these were references that I pulled out from the net, from brands, so that as I told you, we have these creative sessions where we need to boost all our inspiration and all our thinking, so that people start thinking about the brand. See, because the pandemic, एक तो लोग घर पे बैठ के पक गए थे because you can't meet your friends, you can't have that one-on-one. Secondly, there were pay cuts, so people were very low on morale and यार मेरे इतने पैसे में तो इतना ही होगा, ऐसे वाला attitude था. So as leaders, we had to keep up their whole level of enthusiasm, saying that we are all going through this difficult phase, but we need to keep those positive energies going on. So that's why we had done these sessions. Yeah, and yeah, there's one more thing is always, if you've got a passion, try to see how you can fuse that passion into your profession. I've been always I always have this creative kida in me, and I love music, so that's why try to bring my music into my work also, and that has worked. I used to do voiceovers for my internal projects for clients. I used to do mimicry for whatever scripts we used to come up for these viral videos for brands. So that helped me a lot and made my work more interesting. So I think whatever passion you have, be it art, be it copywriting, be it music, try to bring those energies into your work. And believe me, you will be appreciated for that extra thing that you get onto that table, because clients nowadays are looking for new things every day. So the mashup that two of our kids just did earlier, there was this hero anthem. I remember there was this rival agency. I had a colleague there, and he was working on that "Hum Mein Hai Hero" campaign, and that was composed by A.R. Rahman Saab. And as an extension, what they did is, they got people. So Hero motorcycles is the biggest two-wheeler company in India, followed by Bajaj, and thoda upar niche hote rehta hai, but yeah, Hero was the maximum selling at that point of time. And because they had a huge market and a huge target audience, they got people to actually record their version of Hum Mein Hai Hero and send it, and then they did a complete. That's how they digitally amplified the whole anthem, and they took it forward. So that was a good thing. That when I heard that small piece from these guys, it was, I thought, I should speak about that. So yeah, so be open to whatever things are happening in the industry. So you might be working in an agency, but always keep a check on what the other agency also is doing, so that you can always we always get an example saying that अरे ये agency ने ऐसा किया है, अपन कब करेंगे. So तो तभी जाके ऐसा हिट करता है कि यार करना चाहिए कुछ तो. So luckily at Hungama we got a lot of opportunity to do some great work. So always have that competition check, and always, as I said, start putting all the best ideas into folders, into your own library, and keep it ready, so that when you get into the industry, you're already ready, and you have those bank of ideas ready with you that you can blow someone's mind off. Yeah, I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much for the opportunity, ma'am, and Nelson sir, and everyone here. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you. Do you guys have any questions? I'm ready. I'll be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you so much, sir. So there's one question. Which was your favorite campaign till date?
My favorite campaign was the Mahindra XUV campaign, which I worked on because one is they gave us an open ground to play, and because of that we got a lot of recognition. And yeah, creatively, Hungama was known for. Unfortunately, now the company has been dissolved, but it was known for the creatives, and it was known for the creative team, especially in the market. So I was very proud to be associated with Hungama, and if just to give you an idea, more than 15 of our employees were there for around more than 15 years. So that's the kind of association we have. I still have with Hungama.
Great. Now I would request Assistant Professor. Ma'am.
I have a question.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Nishant Patel, I have a question, and I think I'm going to put you in a corner with this question. I wish to learn more, and my question is: would you like to? If we invite you again to speak to our advertising students, would you be free to come for a session?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Because I really want to learn a lot more from you. It's brilliant. And I definitely want to learn from you. So that's the question that I have to ask. Would you come back, please, for us?
Surely, ma'am, surely.
Thank you so much.
आप बस बताइए कभी आना है, I'll be there.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Nirmati.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Assistant Professor Nelson Daniel to please propose the vote of thanks.
Nishant sir, you just made us dive into this world of advertising with such deep knowledge, insightful information, and creativity. That creativity has just no bounds. Thank you so much, Nishant sir, for taking us to this creative journey with so much of, you were so engrossed into every single slide, and there was so much beyond, beyond every single word that you were explaining to us. Every single slide had so much of depth in it, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, demonstration, and taking us to such good, informative session from your end, sir. Thank you for sparing your valuable time for being with us. We're extremely happy to have you amongst us. And as Preeti ma'am rightly said, we will need more of that in-depth information from you in the years to come. Thanks for being with us, sir. Thanks a lot. Over to you, host.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. And now, as Mr. Rohe Bakhtar had already informed us earlier that he would be coming back for us to play some music and sing. So I would now request Mr. Roheb to please take over.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Hello. Hello.
Roheb, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that basically. This is Raj.
Hello. Hi.
He's my guitarist, and we specifically practiced a particular composition. I hope everyone likes it. Am I audible?
Yes, Roheb.
Is guitar audible?
Is the guitar audible?
Yes.
All right. So this song is called Mera Jahan, and as an artist, we all have this our personal realm where we feel comfortable, agitated sometimes. So it's a story about an artist. छू लूं मैं इतना करीब, चल पड़ूं तो कितना दूर, छू लूं मैं इतना करीब, चल पड़ूं तो कितना दूर, सपनों का बुना स्वेटर सफोन सफेद बादलों के पार, मेरा जहां let me in, I have a doubt. Let me in without a shout. Let me in, I have a doubt. There are more, many more, many more like me. अकेला नहीं मैं, खुली आंखों से नींद में चलता, गिरता ज्यादा कम संभलता, फिर भी न कोई शक ना शुबा, निकलेगा सूरज जो डूबा, हैरत हो सबको ऐसा जुबा है मेरा जहां, पंख दिए हैं बढ़ने को खुला आसमां उड़ने को 100 पंख दिए हैं चढ़ने को खुला आसमां मुड़ने को है करवट करवट और बढ़ने को मेरा जहां Open eyes, how I run to the other side. Open eyes, how I run to the other side. Then I glide like a bird. I just want to जो लूं मैं अरे इतना करे चल पड़ूं तो कितना दूर सपनों का बुना स्वेटर सफों सफेद बादलों के पार मेरा Mera Jahan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely overwhelmed. May I have the name of the person who is behind the guitar, please?
He is Raj.
Hi, myself Raj Mehta.
Raj Mehta, it was so wonderful to see you and hear you. And we thank you, Raj and Roheb. What a wonderful end to Montage 2021. I mean, this is a true showstopper. I don't know, we could not have asked for something better than this. So thank you, boys. I'm going to call you boys. You will always be my boys. Okay, Roheb? 50 years down the line, when I see you, you'll still be our boy. Right? So thank you, Raj, for joining Roheb.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope everyone loved this song because this song is particularly very close to me because it talks about the struggle of an artist.
Very, very meaningful. And I'm glad that Montage has given, I think you've added value to Montage. And I'm glad that Montage has become a platform where we can showcase the talent of the future. And I think we take a lot of pride and that you guys have added value to us. So thank you so much. And over to the hosts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rightly said by Preeti ma'am, Rohib and Raj, you both were amazing. And Jimit did mention in the comment section that YouTube has gone crazy, and I can see that. And also, Preeti ma'am also complimented you on the lyrics. So it's just a add-on from my side that the lyrics were really meaningful. And definitely you both are amazing. And thank you so much for giving your time to us and for such a lovely performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The pleasure was all ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Thank you so much, Raj. So before moving to the last segment of the day, we'd like to thank our coordinator who has been leading our department from upfront. Ma'am, your enthusiasm is contagious and we are truly blessed to have you by our side. I'm short of words to describe your worth in this department. So it's better that I just pass on to you. So over to you, ma'am.
It's always a kind of an emotional time when we come to the end of Montage. But the day is not complete if I do not thank the people who have been behind this, and most often the ones who have done all the work are never ever seen. So I would like to have the slide where of those who have worked so hard to get this together and to get us such brilliant speakers who are preparing all of you for the industry, and also, allowing us as teachers to constantly be on the learning curve. So today has been brilliant as yesterday has been. So can I have those beautiful, lovely young people who put this montage together, and if the parents could join us, since you're all at home, your parents are at home, so can you have your cameras on, please? There is Kush there, Kush Shah. All the videos that showcased all our guests on both the platforms, Zoom and YouTube, and I know people are going crazy on Instagram as well, was a creation of Kush Shah largely, and he's a chairperson of great metal. So Kush, we are happy, very, very happy and proud that you are part of this team, Kush. And please let your parents know how happy and proud we are of you, and we want to thank them too. Yes, and then we will have next Asta Doshi. Now, she is a deadly cocktail. I was just looking at the number of groups that Asta and I are together, and on WhatsApp, we are on 70 WhatsApp groups. So you can imagine the kind of work Asta is doing across 70 groups. And she is ready, whether it is 7 a.m. in the morning or 10 p.m. in the night, she has an answer for you. So that is Asta for all of us. Another chairperson, Ritik Malkan. No money can be spent, neither can I spend a rupee without Ritik saying yes. So he is our Mrs. Nirmala Sitaraman, our finance minister, and everything that we do goes through Ritik's very, very careful eye. So thank you, Ritik, and we are very, very happy and proud of your achievements and your contributions to the department. Ankur is that silent, he reminds me of the 1970s Amitabh Bachchan, the silent kind, but not the angry man, but the silent, strong man. And does a lot of content writing. And you did hear him today, audience, how he is fabulous behind the mic as well, and can charm anybody, with his amazing voice. But we in the department are charmed by the integrity that he brings to the work. So thank you, Ankur, for all that you have been doing, not just this year, but all these past 3 years. Now, these events were all put together by the directors of events of the department. So we will now have them on screen. There is beautiful Kushali there. She's a great dancer, and she's got great organizational skills. If today's event and yesterday's event went smoothly, it was because Kushali wove every event one after the other in such a sophisticated and elegant manner that we all felt absolutely entertained. So Kushali, thank you, well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Vikas Sudhar joined us in the second year, and within the second minute of his joining our department, he was on the move. And, I think he's a mover and shaker of the department, I must say, because he's never quiet, and you heard him speak today. So I think I don't have to say, I think the audience has already made its judgment about you, because you bring in a lot to the department, and I think I'm not exaggerating when I say that we are going to miss you loads, Vikas. So go ahead and continue training more of your juniors, okay? So that we continue to remember the impact that you have left behind. And we are so glad that you chose to join our department in the second year. Well done, Vikas. And finally, but definitely not the least is Nirmati Thakur. She is a brilliant, brilliant manager of events and a great, great manager of crisis as well. So if anything, if you thought the audience thinks that nothing went wrong, well, you should. That is because of Nirmati working behind the scenes and making sure when something did go wrong, she made sure that everything was smoothened, so no one would know that something was going wrong. So Nirmati, brilliant work, and I think it's our privilege to see that from day one, from your first semester to now, there's never ever been a time when you have said no to us. And we are grateful for that, Nirmati. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
There are so many others that we need to thank. I want to thank my colleagues, Professor Nelson Daniel and my dear colleague, Mrs. Sonali Singh. Without both of them, it would be a very, very lonely time in the department for a teacher. So these two young people have been my anchors, and I'm so grateful that they are there as young people to take this department forward. So this is our team, and there is a lot of others also who deserve mention, and I'm leaving it to the chairpersons to do the needful. So over to you. Are the chairpersons going to be introducing the team, or should I talk about Sanya? Because then the names, I would have to mention all the names, right, of the departments, because each one has contributed to making Montage a success. And I'm absolutely taken up by all the guests who have come yesterday and today, and I'm looking forward to a continued association with our wonderful industry captains and people who are out there as agents of change. And I think one thing that I've learned in these 2 days is all our speakers spoke about hard work, irrespective of their age. The senior most was Dr. Sarkar, who was 90 years, spoke to us from London, and the youngest is Roheb. And I think across these ages, one thing that they've all underlined is passion, hard work, and to be always prepared, because you do not know when an opportunity arrives. So that's it from me. I think I've done a lot of talking. So it's over to the host to continue taking it forward.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Preeti ma'am. And I would now like to thank the team who has worked along with us. The IT team, first of all, thank you so much for helping us with all the technical issues that we've gone through and the technical help that we needed. So first of all, Sanya Solanki, thank you so much. Drumil, thank you for always being there as a backup and just helping us out with all of that. Ayush Mehta, the VCP of IT, thank you so much for all the video edits and everything. And the PR team, the public relation team, has also played a major role, because this year everything was over Instagram and all over the social media pages. So thank you so much for all the days to go videos and promotions. So I would like to mention Jimit Parekh, Nikki Sheth, and Himani Chheda, the VCPs, and the heads, that is Manan Gandhi, Urvish Joshi, Dhruvi Parmar, Dhwani Goswami, and Disha Parmar. Thank you so much for helping us with the PR work. And not to forget the CLs, the contingent leaders, who have worked all day and night to bring in all the participants that we have today, and to get all the registrations that we have. That is Saloni Raut and Jayalakshmi Gudi Gudi. Thank you so much. And not to forget the head of events, that the events we had on 28th and 29th of January, all the head of events. We are really very thankful and grateful to you all. And not to forget the volunteers, the FYs especially, who have helped us for all the, in minute details, I would say. And the hosts for day one, that is Parth Mehta, Manav Desai, Jimit Savani, and Preksha Bhatt. Thank you so much for coming together and leading this team together. And not to forget Hitat Jani for giving his time for the fillers and for singing videos. And yeah, uh, these were the team members who have come together and helped. And there are many other VCPs who have helped in marketing. So thank you so much to all the vice chairpersons. Thank you.
May I also add that all of you who are watching on YouTube, thank you for all the love that you're sending us and all the amazing comments. You know, it's an amazing feeling to read all the comments out there. Thank you for sending your love. And other parents there, I don't know, but please do convey our regards and appreciation to the parents, Nirmati.
Yes, ma'am, definitely, ma'am. And I forgot to take two names who have helped us with the dance videos. That is Nidhi Gag from TY and Drishti from the first year. Thank you for choreographing the welcome dance. So now we would move ahead with the social marketing competition that we had. So as a department, we have had many extracurricular activities, but this year we had pandemic, but we did not stop. Nothing can stop us. And so this year we had social marketing campaigns, which it was a competition where groups were made and we had to present one social marketing campaign, which was judged by our alumnus, Jeet Mashru. And we have the runner-up and the winners. So I would like all the runner-up, the winners, to switch on the camera. And the runner-up team had presented on the topic sex education. The team members are Eliza, Ashley, Ashka, Janvi, Isha, and Khushi. And the winners, the group who presented and had put very important topic in limelight, that is hashtag Babuchak. And the hashtag Babuchak is all about fighting for the teachers who were bullied or who were not ragged, but who were bullied and ill-treated while we had the initial days of distant learning. So the members are Kush Shah, Himani Chheda, Akshay Shah, Charu Deshmukh, Dhruv Mehta, Nidhi Gandhi, and Parthi Shah. Congratulations to all the participants and winning the social marketing campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now request my co-host to please continue.
Okay, sorry for this abrupt thing, but we forgot to mention one of our teams, that is our sponsorship team. So kudos to them, and they have really did a great job, because we all know that during this pandemic, everyone was affected due to the situations and due to the scenarios which humans were put into. And to get money, to get deals, to get sponsorships out of that, definitely we need to thank our sponsorship team. So Srushti, thank you. Sonal, thank you. Natalia, thank you. Albina, thank you. I can't thank you enough though. Even if I'm saying individually, I can't thank you enough. So right now, it's time for something which we all have been waiting for. And it's kind of a thing where it's happening for the first time in Montage, and it's truly overwhelming for me, and I'm happy to announce that we this year successfully completed our intercollegiate events. So this segment is probably the most awaited part of the moment for which we all are waiting. That's the prize distribution ceremony. We had entries from more than 50 colleges, hosting over 350 participants. Montage 2021 was the first time we had events which was open to all students. Each one of the participants had great enthusiasm and spirit We appreciate your hard work. Some of you will win today and some of you will lose. But always remember one thing, it's all about the journey which you have experienced. Personally, I feel that the most important phase of a human's life or a person's life is that you win or you lose, but you learn for sure. So let's move to announcing the winners of our pre-events. So starting with Beyond the Voice, that is the singing event. At third place, we have Miss Roshni Kapoor from Daulat Ram College, Delhi. At second place, we have Melody Divecha from St. Paul's Institute of Communication Education. At first podium, we have Miss Roxanne Rodriguez from St. Andrews College. Congratulations to all the winners from the singing event. Moving ahead, we have Crazy Artsy, that was the sketching event. At third podium, we have Hed Bansali from Viva College. At second place, we have Miss Aditi Samant from Ram Narayan Ruya College of Autonomous College. Apologies. At first place, we have Miss Himansi Kursija from KES Shroff College. Next up, we have the event of debate that we call it as Interbrains. At third place, we have Vijay Lakshmi Pujari from SM Shetty College. At second place, we had Manav Chawla from Nagindas Khandwala College. At first place, we had Mr. Osaid Bhatt from SM Shetty College. Just a small disclaimer, we were open for our events to our college as well, but we weren't open for our department. So we just tried to give them a chance to feature in some intercollegiate event, compete with other colleges. But there's this one thing that we won't include our college as a participant or as a contender for the best college, due to obvious reasons that ethics would come first, definitely. So we would definitely want some other college to take this year's Montage trophy. So moving ahead, we have Write Out Loud, that's the poem event. At third place, we have Ram Ritik Dubey from Devi Prasad Goenka Management of Media Studies. At second place, we have Lissandra D'Souza from Xavier Institute of Engineering. And at first place, we have, well again, Mr. Osaid Bhatt from SM Shetty College. Next up, we have the event of wines. At third place, we have Kushal Kanan from KES Shroff College. At second place, we have Osaid Bhatt from SM Shetty College. At first place, we have Samanvay Kochar from Devi Prasad Goenka Management of Media Studies. Next event, we have Evoking the Exotic. That's the fashion styling event. So at third place, we had Pratham Raut from NIFT Kolkata. At second place, we had Disha Bhandari from Nagindas Khandwala College. And at first place, we have Miss Sakshi Badala from IBS College. Next up, the event is of tagline making, Unleash Your Creativity. At third place, we have Miss Komal Rajput from Maharaj Agrasen Institute, Delhi. At second place, we have Prajakta Kakade from VGA Vaze College. At first place, we have Vaishnavi Prajapati from CU Shah Pharmacy College. So next up event is One Shot, that's a rap event. At third place, we have Ajit Sarsar from Nagindas Khandwala College. At second place, we have Deepak Singh Kharkwal from Viva College. At first place, we have Miss Ayuti Jadhav from RT National College. Next event, we have Chord Battle, that's the instrumental event. At third place, we have Param Bhatt from Kishanchand Chelaram College. At second place, we have Shubham Nautiyal from Viva College. At first place, we have Roshni Subramaniam from VG Vaze College. Next event is the performing arts event. It's Beat to Beat, that's the dance event. At third place, we have Kundan Bagdi from the Dalbia College. At second place, we have Kunal Ulhas Naik from Nirmala College. And for the first position, we have Miss Yukta Joshi from VG Vaze College. Now it's time for the flagship events. The first flagship events, that's the short film, Cut the Chase. We had at third podium, Mr. Srijan Das and team from Devi Prasad Goenka Management of Media Studies. At second place, we had Pranav Patil from VG Vaze College. At first place, we had Abhishek Waje from KES Shroff College. Congratulations to all of them and their teams as well. Next up, we have the event of Clash of CLs, where CLs went head on head to each other, with each other, and we have the top three. So at third place, we have Miss Sanchi Nain Kanaware, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong, from VG Vaze Autonomous College. At second place, we have Mr. Asad Khan from Viva College. And at first place, we have Mr. Soham Bhayani from Narsi Munji College. Now it's time for one of the most awaited flagship events, the War of Thrones, that's Mr. and Miss Montage. So let's start with the ladies first. At third place, we have Miss Bhumika Makhija from Narsi Munji College. At second place, we have Miss Komal Rajput from Maharaja Agrasen College. And at first place, we have Megha Chakravarti from VG Vaze College. Congratulations to all the ladies. Next up, we have War of Thrones for males, that is Mr. Montage. So at third place, we have Mr. Jainish Gotecha from Mumbai University Idol. At second place, we have Mr. Osed Bhatt from SM Shetty College. And the title winner of this year's Mr. Montage is Shivam Joshi from Nagindas Khandwala College. So that's up with the results of individual events. And now I know we all are waiting for the best college movement. And I have top 5 colleges out of the 50 colleges which participated for Montage. And it was a tough job, definitely. But we have the results right now, and we could also reveal the points for the same. So if there are any guesses, you could definitely put down on your YouTube comments, and our team would definitely love it, because the excitement needs to be maintained, and I know how hard it is to perform being an artist, and also, you know, that how great of an importance do these intercollegiate events make, and they definitely shape your lives. So let me start with it. At 5th place with 340 points, we have KES Shroff College. At 4th place, we have Durga Devi I'm sorry. It's DGMC College, which has 370 points. And now at 3rd place, we have Viva College with 460 points. So if there are any guesses for the top 2 collegiate contenders, do let us know in the comment section. So before we reveal the winners of the best college for the top 2, I would want the people on the YouTube channel to spam that who do you think would win the best CLs award this year. And a CL's job is pretty tough to get in participants, and we had full slot from almost all the colleges, and we had 30 registered contingents, and all the colleges did give their best, and all the contingent leaders, hats off to you guys. So the best CL trophy goes to Mr. Sohan from Viva College. Sohan, congratulations to you, and I hope you enjoy your victory along with your team. So moving ahead, and I would first tell the runner-up college, which is at the second podium, with 470 points. They were fantabulous this evening. Even on the pre-events, they did a pretty well, good job. I must say. So at the second place, we have VG Vaze Autonomous College with 470 points. Congratulations to you all. And it's time for the best college. Is there any guesses? Like, I'm just fooling around right now. So if there are any guesses, you could definitely spam the comment section on your YouTube live, and we would have the results. Can I see the YouTube live, please? Okay, thank you. So I see SM Shetty, Nagindas Khandwala. Oh, okay. So Nagindas Khandwala, we won't let our own college win because obviously of the ethics, and we would definitely prefer other colleges winning it this time. Okay, so Shetty. Is it a person? Someone Shetty? I don't know. Okay, I'm not. I'm just fooling around. So the best college award with 720 points. They were amazing. They won maximum of the pre-events. They did great amount of registrations, and obviously they put in all their hard work. So the winner of this year's Best College Montage 2021 is Bant Sanghas SM Shetty College. So I know the feel would be completely different when we were offline, and the getting of the trophies and all that stuff. But do not worry, we'll send you the trophies for sure. And congratulations to each and every person who's joined in Montage, day one, day two, pre-events, and each and every participant who's been giving their efforts, and to all the faculty members who joined us. And congratulations once again, Bansanga's SM Shetty College. You guys truly deserved it. So now it's time for the hard part of the day, and it's kind of painful to end Montage 2021. Okay, so do we really end it? I don't feel like ending it, but every start has an end. Every beginning needs to stop. And well, I would just say one quote, which is said by Mr. Henry Fayol, who once said that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a process, and working together is success. Indeed, this mantra has brought us where we are today. We faced lots of barriers, lots of hurdles, but our love for Montage, which is our dear fest, was just incomparable in front of all the hurdles which we faced. So I know it's kind of difficult. So from you guys, you've always inspired us, and this year we did it again. Though it was online, but it was the first time where we conducted events, and we had so many people viewing our YouTube live. We yesterday crossed more than 2,300 people. That's just a crazy number. And there was this one thing which was left on the National Voters' Day. We had a small competition where participants from all over India came in and gave their contributions for the same. And it was a competition of basically giving us taglines for the same. So I would pass on to my co-host Nirmiti Thakur, and she would just reveal the results to you for the same.
So, as my co-host mentioned about the slogan making competition that we had all over India, we had over 50 to 53 participants coming in as competing against each other for making slogans, and the winners for the same are Alisha from Dehradun, from Graphic Era University, and again Shraddha Jain from Dehradun, from Graphic Era University. So I think Dehradun has a lot of creative head, and They are really very getting creative with the slogans and taglines. So I would like to thank each and everyone who participated for the slogan making competition and joined hands with us for coming together and creating awareness about voting, how important the voting is. So thank you so much. And yeah, here we come to an end. Before that, before coming to an end, I would like to again mention about our sponsors. So IT team, could I have the slides for sponsors, please? Okay, I'll go ahead. Our very first sponsor, the title sponsor, Grapevine, the associate partner, Road Track Club of Bombay West, media partner, 70mm Guru, gig partner, Footwork, clothing partner, Something Different, trekking partner, the Mount Treasure, event partner, Seed Mart, and dessert partner, Butter Cupcakes. Without our sponsors, this event won't be here the way it is and how we have pulled it off. So great. We are really very grateful to all our sponsors. Thank you so much. And today here I would okay. My co-host is wanting to say something, so I'll just pass it over to him.
I'm sorry, Nirmiti, to bother you, but I am very eager to speak in front of such a lovely audience. I'm seriously. So there was this just one error from our side for the social marketing competition which we had intra-department, and the two teams which were announced, both were the winners. So congratulations to Eliza's group and congratulations to Kush's group. You guys truly deserved it. And congratulations once again to all the event winners. And congratulations to SM Shetty College. And congratulations to Sohan for winning Best CL as well. And with this said, we come to an end. So I know it's a bit hard and a tough goodbye, but next year we surely would want to have people from all over India and participating in our intercollegiate events. And we hope we could reach that height. It was just the beginning. And for the first year, we had more than 50 colleges, and it was a pretty big deal for all of us because we are a department of less than 180 people, and making an event of such huge scale does have that tough goodbye phase as well. So Preeti ma'am says tough standards to match. I would definitely say that it might be tough, but it's not impossible. So it's just your support, including our coordinator Preeti ma'am, assistant professor Nelson Daniel, our assistant professor Sonali Singh ma'am. All these three are such a great help to all of us, and I'm sure my team loves it. And we just couldn't have something. We couldn't wish something better. And Preeti ma'am, if you could say a few last words probably for Montage 21, that would be amazing. So over to you, ma'am.
Because I don't like to speak that much, and I think I've run through all the steam, and I truly believe that the future is yours, Vikas. Young people are the ones who power any program and every program. So it would be a perfect end if you, as Gen Next, is given the opportunity to say the last word. Okay. So I would like you and your team to sign off, but please know that our hearts are full. And all of you managed to kind of connect across states, and I think that's an amazing thing. And yes, and I'm glad that COVID-19 in that sense tested all of you, and you have you've kind of responded with elan and style, and so congratulations. I think this team is ready for the challenges of the world, and you are very, very industry prepared. So best wishes. And I think that's the main objective of having such programs, that all of you not only build teams, but you're also ready to face the opportunities that are going to come your way. So congratulations. And please do have the last word, Vikas.
So, all right, before moving to the last words, as Preeti ma'am said, I would say that to all the participants on YouTube, on Zoom Live, do not forget to fill in the forms which we have sent. And I would appreciate your responses as well, because it would definitely help us to create better, and it would definitely motivate us and correct our mistakes. That's the most important part of one's process. So making mistakes is a human tendency, but not learning from it is a little difficult. So I would, if you ask me that what is the best thing you would suggest, I would just say that do make mistakes and do learn from it. Just don't be like make mistakes and not learning from it. So mistakes and learning go hand in hand, and that's the only thing which requires all of our presence. So once again, on behalf of the team, I would like to thank the super core, the vice chairpersons, the heads, the subheads, the volunteers, the entire department, the contingent leaders for getting in so many people. And it was just a dream for us. And because last year we didn't really thank all of our people out there. And uh, if ma'am asked me to thank something at last, I would thank our gurus, our teachers. And as I said before, that our gurus are the constant support, and our gurus are the constant uh, people who want the best out of you, and the people who would never think bad for you. They would always want that you get somewhere in life. And I would really want to thank our principal, ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Ansi Jose, our Vice Principal, Dr. Mona Mehta, Dr. Moshmi Datta, Professor Vijay Shuchak, and our coordinator, Assistant Professor Preeti Rao, Assistant Professor Nelson Daniel, Assistant Professor Sonali Singh, and all our teaching faculty. Ninushka ma'am, we do miss you. And thank you so much for all those smileys and all those lovely quotes which you gave us before parting ways. So my last words for Montage, on behalf of my team, on behalf of my super core team, would be see you all at Montage 12th edition. Thank you so much. And my team wanted this, and I just want to create the hype or create the vibe, whatever is suitable as of now. It's not just any other fest. If you guys could come on microphone and say that it's not just any other fest, it's more. So we would end it on a positive note, and see you all at the 12th edition of Montage. So till then, take care, be safe, be happy, and keep learning. Bye bye.